Oh, they said. We are officially live. Facebook and YouTube. We're live with the club day. We're gonna pin the link. You still ain't heard nothing from the bar, huh? This is that rain. Oh, that's what your name is. Okay, so maybe wants to class. Okay, so we're gonna get started. You got any questions? Come up with questions. Yeah, brother Tony had a question now. So.
Well, see, there's the Bible of Joshua give any background of Pharaoh background. Because when he was asking him, like he told Moses, "I don't know your God." But he wasn't familiar with the Most High.
The Pharaoh in Moses' time?
God, yeah, in Moses' time. He told the Pharaoh, "I don't know your God."
He said he doesn't know it.
Yeah, but his question was like, he's saying Joshua doesn't give any background of the.
No.
Not a Pharaoh background, like his parents, or if they probably wasn't that special.
He's an Egyptian.
Right.
He gives a little bit of background on him. I mean, specifically, he gives a son of an Egyptian.
But it's not necessarily the son of the other Pharaoh, right?
What other Pharaoh?
The Pharaoh that was actually dealt with dealt with Joseph.
No, he died. This is his one of his sons.
But he was telling the truth when he said, "I don't know your God."
I don't know.
To Moses.
I don't think he don't know the Most High.
Like probably didn't know.
He's an Egyptian. He's doing the Egyptian God.
Yeah, dealing with another God, Anubis.
I mean, he might have heard about the Israelite God, but I mean, as far as when someone talking about I know someone, I mean, he's trying to say that he recognizes him as a real power. Mm. When he said I don't know him, meaning he said I don't recognize him as no real power. I know you have a God.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But I don't recognize him as no power.
Right. Okay.
He ain't no one I need to be listening to. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
that's what he's trying to. That's what he's saying. To Moses.
So, wow, not knowing.
Right.
The plagues. You said no plagues. So he lied to himself.
I mean, but there's a lot of Gentiles that the Most High don't move the phone and work and work. They don't know the Most High. Like Cyrus, right. One of them. The Most High named Cyrus before he was even born, and he put the spirit upon him for him to release the Israelites to go build a temple and stuff. Cyrus didn't know the Most High like that. Even though I believe his mother was Esther. They taught him something about the Most High, but I mean, we go into historical facts about him. Like he doesn't really know the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Not the way the Israelites do.
And that's true that he put every king in position, like the Most High. He's dealing with all of them. Like that's how they become kings.
Of course,
because he put them there.
Of course.
And are they considered gods too?
President, everything.
Right. Are they considered gods?
Who?
Like Yi or like God? Are they considered gods?
Who? So who talking about?
Like the kings and the
they consider themselves gods.
Con.
Their people consider themselves that. All these kings and these nations consider themselves that.
So sure, ye are kings.
I mean, the Israelite considered they're one king and Messiah of God. Not every man king, but they're the ultimate king.
Con.
They consider him to be a God as well.
They didn't understand him. It was like, ye are gods, but ye all die like men.
He was God like that
Jesus. So,
because of the violation of the law.
con.
Remember, God is gonna die.
Come.
How can a God die?
So a lot of the Nephilims and giants.
No, how can a God die?
Wait, they have to like, be disobedient of the Most High, right?
They have to what?
Be disobedient of the Most High,
They have to lose their eternal life.
lose their eternal life, right?
Gods don't die. No way you can die. You have to lose your eternal life. Right or wrong?
Yes, con. Like Adam did.
Like Adam did.
Con.
Adam was the son of the Most High, right?
Come.
Con.
Would he be considered a God?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Con.
What about Eve? She be considered a goddess?
Yes. Remember, God made it with his own hand.
Right. Definitely.
Con.
Yeah, they open it with their own hands.
Yeah, so when they lost that divine power, they were just mortal.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Put together Play-Doh with the skin of a colored potato.
So when they was in the garden, they were living Torah, right? They were living the law, right?
So this is what God said. Anything that God says is Torah.
Come.
Torah is instruction. When
Come.
God says something to you, his instructions is considered Torah.
Come.
First church.
Yeah. So they lost it. Yeah. They want to be considered gods. Remember, he was a priest too.
Come. Come.
A garden within the garden.
So that's how gods can die. We are called the sons of God.
Come.
Right? God, Israel is my son, you are my firstborn.
Yes.
But you are God, we should die like men, because you have lost your eternal life. You have lost it. So you die like regular mortals. Go ahead.
And articulate the question, if Yahweh Shai, I know the mission, what he came for, but if he wouldn't have ever died at that moment, he probably would have never died.
Right, he would never
didn't
have died.
transcend.
Right. He came to die,
Like,
but he wouldn't have died if he didn't come to die.
So in the words, I wouldn't say that.
He wouldn't say what?
He was born to die.
Yes.
Come.
Facts. That's what he said. That's
That's
what
his
he
mission.
This is why I came.
But since he wasn't born in sin, if he wouldn't have died at
He
that
couldn't have been
moment,
born. He couldn't have been born in sin.
He wasn't born in sin. He didn't sin.
He couldn't have been born in sin.
Transgression.
He
of our
couldn't. If he
sin.
did it, he couldn't have been the sacrifice for the Most High. Right?
So you think, it could be possible the more we sin, the day we lose in life, like not honoring your mother and father, you shortening your day sinning.
He's shortening your day. You're making it harder for you as well.
That's why the demons like you come to get us before our time. They want to hop in the pigs. Like I know you didn't come to do us in before our time. It's not the time. I mean,
Yeah, they know. It's none of that makes no sense to me, but it is what it is. So you made a decision. You're gonna make a decision, and that's what it is. Any other questions? All right, no other questions? All right, we're gonna get ready to start then. All right, so I'm gonna start with this guy saying trying to debunk the Israel Hill thing. So Israel Hill meme is debunked at Farmville, Virginia by Vocab Malone, which is getting he ain't debunked nothing. So he calls it a meme. You're gonna share my screen. This is what a meme is right here. An image, video, piece of text, etc., typically humorous in nature, that is copied and spread rapidly by internet users, often with slight variations. An element of a culture or system of behavior passed from one individual to another by imitation.
That must be what he means. The second, he must be in the second definition. That's very much.
Other non-genetic means, huh?
I think he's trying to say that he's in the second definition. As he said.
An element of culture
Yes.
or system of behavior passed from one individual to another by imitation.
Yes.
This does not fit. This does not. Okay, so you saying that the people of Israel Hill, that was passed to them by imitation, by passed to them by another by imitation.
Yes, he's saying that the people in Israel Hill are imitating the real Israelites, they pass the information down on us. And that's what he's trying to say.
Well, first of all, it's an element of culture.
Right.
That's the Israelite culture, right?
Yes.
It says, or it's a system of behavior.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So now you either start to imitate these people through their behavior, right?
Okay.
So if you're them, then that means if you're them, then what you're saying, then they're following the Israelite culture, law, statutes, and commandments. Right? It says to pass from one individual, singular individual, to another individual. Now, if he's saying that, who's the single individual that passed it to one individual in Israel Hill?
So what he's saying is that one individual who wrote that,
Who wrote what?
whoever wrote that meme he's calling it, which is like a sign, whatever. You know, we can all say it's not a meme, but what he's saying is that the person that wrote the quote unquote meme and the person that's reading it is the other person.
No, but
I don't get your
the people that
question,
did have nothing to do with Israel Hill.
I would think,
This thing, let me pull the sign up.
Okay.
I would say Israel, but.
This is the photo right here.
Okay.
This was Department of Historic Resources erected this sign. This was not erected by an individual. This was erected by a department of people.
Right.
This in 2009. By this time, the original people of Israel Hill, they're all dead.
Right. Yeah, true.
So that doesn't even fit them.
Right.
So they didn't put this up here.
Right. Right.
The question, who is the one individual that passes on to the one individual in Israel Hill that told the rest of them? You can't be calling something a meme and you yourself cannot really fulfill the definition of the meme.
Right. Yeah,
Who's
right.
the individual
Okay.
that passed it on to the one individual in Israel Hill?
Well, Department of Historic Resources.
To make them,
The person.
to make them.
These people just did this in 2009.
Right.
So the definition, if he's picking the second definition here,
Who
it does not fit.
would be their first teachers, so they could carry on.
Who was the first teacher that passed it down? Who told them they were Israelites?
The Bible.
No, I
Well,
mean,
this
who
definition
told
says
them?
the definition is it has to be an individual.
I would think.
Well, I don't know. I can't answer.
That's what I'm trying to say. If okay, we can agree that they know so-called white men tell them they're Israelites. Okay, so a black man told them they're Israelites then? That's the one black man in Israel Hill. Where did that black man get it from? That first ambassador on the hill.
The spirit.
He's trying to say so it's going to hurt his argument more and more. It doesn't matter what definition he uses here is going to hurt him.
Who do you think? I can't guess. I did think of.
He making stuff up. He cannot. Listen. The information says nothing that one person passed the information down to these people. None of the information that we have says none of that. Even the sign don't even say that.
They'll have to have that.
The sign don't even say this. Right? The sign says, just to the west lies Israel Hill, meaning somewhere over here. All right. Settled in 1810, 1811 by approximately 90 formerly enslaved persons who received freedom and 350 acres of land from Judith Randolph under the will of her husband, Richard Randolph, the cousin of Thomas Jefferson. These Israelites, and Israelite is in quotation, want to be clear. When you quote something, that means what? You're quoting something that was written,
Right.
Something someone said.
Yes,
Right.
So that means these people call themselves Israelites.
yes.
It was personal.
So called.
Who told him to call themselves Israelites? I want to be what he's trying to. He's not debunking them because the people in the land don't call themselves Israelites. They call themselves Israeli
Right.
or they're Jewish.
Right, right, yes. Yeah.
They don't call themselves
Yeah,
Israelites.
they don't.
These people call themselves Israelites. Big difference. If they're gonna call themselves, if he's trying to say they're trying to imitate, they're not imitating the people in the land. Because the people in the land don't call themselves Israelites.
Israeli, come.
And they don't live like the people in the land either. They don't live like them. So they can't be imitating them. Yes, sir.
So they opened the book and read and seen themselves in the book. Is that how they got the name?
No, that's passed down verbally to generations.
Okay.
Their full parents told them they're Israelites. You think before they because you know slaves were separated.
Come.
The children was, right? You know when their mother told them, when they're leaving all that, listen, only before y'all leave, when they're gonna sell you to other people, you guys are, remember, you're Israelites. Remember, people tell you, man, when I was young, I remember my mother and my father telling me I was an Israelite. When they get older, it don't resonate until they get older, and someone is telling them, say, man, you know what? I remember my parents had told me that, but I never really kind of like dwell on it until you bringing it up now. So their children are being sold, and they're telling them, listen, the one thing you have to go with. You an Israelite. That's your heritage. You an Israelite. Pass that down to your parents. Pass it down to your other family members, whoever you come across a slave. You Israelites.
I should have knew you were saying that. Oh man.
If you
that makes sense.
Wouldn't you do that if your children are gonna go and be separated all over the place? What you want to tell them to leave with? That's the most important thing is their nationality. You don't tell them that. Who they are. You can't forget who you are. Yes, sir.
But they are being stripped at the same time. Like, do you think the slave masters know who they are and they trying to strip them of that information? Like, y'all can
definitely. Yeah.
Like, yeah.
But they can't strip. They would die. Listen, we have historical evidence of facts of Israelites would die to maintain their heritage and their way of life. We can go over and show historical evidence of that in the Maccabees. They would die for that. So you're not going to take that away from them. They would die before that happens to them, and they would pass that on to their children. These people here is the same way. They're in slavery, and as they come out of slavery, they immediately name their land Israel Hill, and then going around calling themselves Israelites. You telling they doing this to imitate who exactly? You don't marry the people in the land calling themselves that. Can't be them. How does a slave on a plantation know about the people in the land of Israel in the 1800s? How does he know about them? Because remember, he's supposed to be literate. He can't read or write, so he ain't reading about it in the books. So how does he know that he's an Israelite if he's supposed to be quote unquote illiterate?
Ancestors passed down the message.
It has to be passed down to them through their forefathers told them that.
Right.
Has to be. It's the only way.
You know, I should have knew it when you said ain't no whites telling them that.
Nope.
They the only ones keeping a track history of knowing. We don't know it. We stuck in slavery. So who else gonna?
They ain't gonna tell them because they believe the people in the land is them. But they ain't gonna tell them that they're them. Because if they're the Israelites, then so is Jesus Christ. He's a black man. They definitely ain't gonna tell them that. Because then you are enslaving Jesus Christ's people, who you claim to be. Remember, these are supposed to be quote unquote Christians.
Right. Yeah.
You know they ain't saying that. So I'm gonna play the video. What he's trying to say. We're gonna go through his video.
But that was
He trying to. This is just damning to them. They cannot get around this right here. That's why he's doing this dumb video.
that eat up the road, which you said.
Yeah, they can't get around it. So this is just supposed to be debunked video.
Good, great old Christmas.
We about to debunk the debunk video, all right? Uh-oh. Run to the software. Yeah, it's cool. You can hear us. Let's go back and try it again. I don't know what happened. It was playing before. Get to our, gotta get to our sound. Got the voice meter. Let me go back. Let me stop sharing. Let me start to share it again. Did I miss something? Did I miss something? I got to share audio too? Because it says that's the layout option. Doesn't say anything about you have to click on audio. It should share it automatically, right?
I think so.
This is the one right here. It doesn't specific about clicking on the audio. Probably do not hear it. Yeah, give us 1 second here. We try to figure out because it was playing a minute ago. We have everything up. Both microphones is working. We have it on the right one. I don't know. I don't want to. If I turn it off for here, we might lose our microphone.
You have to click on the other voice meter. You click on the other voice meter.
I don't think we got our voice up. Why is it bouncing? Okay, let's try that. So that is not it either. It was just playing a minute ago.
Change that back. Change that back to that. I don't know.
What's the volume on the TV?
It should be up. Oh yeah, Mike. It's up. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, something is
Stop playing again?
I'm trying to see if we have our destination on we have a destination on default. The destination is on default. Stop sharing it. I do not know what this thing is doing, man. It was just playing. All of a sudden we have no sound. We checked it earlier to make sure everything was playing, and it was playing earlier.
Oh.
All right.
No.
Microphone. We have everything here and here. Everything's supposed to be. Everything is on the right thing. And we checked it earlier, and everything was working fine. All I did was All I did was connect this thing with go live on the different channels, and everything is on default.
And it's silent like it was before.
It was before, yeah.
If you work in the area,
I think push something to make it silent.
I don't know. We coming to the microphone no more though.
That covered the microphone now?
I took it off.
Oh,
I took it off the microphone. But they seem to, I don't know. Yeah. They seem to be still on.
okay.
Can you guys go on and check? Can you hear us?
Oh, let me see. I'm about outside. Do you want to go to the channel? I mean, to YouTube side or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can check and see. Now, what's going on? Go back and share my screen again. The demonic forces, man, they're trying to get this information out. The brother's gonna go on and check to make sure we're live and they can really see us. Let me see.
yeah, Christian urban apologist.
So we see we got sound.
Yeah. It's playing. It's playing.
Okay. Can you hear us though? Can you hear us?
Yeah. After your vote.
Okay.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
We'll just do it. I don't know why it's going on.
So I heard you
Shouldn't
guys
have to be on the
talking,
TV.
yeah, too, so. Yeah. It's
You hear through the microphone and all that too?
Yeah, I heard all that. Yeah.
Okay. So we're sharing our screen. We'll go from here then. Everything should be up. All right. So again, we playing this Boykat Malone came to debunk Israel Hill. All right.
If you work in the area of Christian urban apologetics online, chances are you've seen this meme before. Usually promoted by proponents of the Hebrew Israelite faith. Have you ever wondered what's this meme really all about? My name is Boykat Malone, and I'm here to bring some clarity to the Israel Hill meme. This is the historical marker usually pictured in the Israel Hill meme.
You call it a historical marker. That does not coincide with no meme.
Right. I would agree.
I decided to take a trip out to Farmville to see marker I-14A with my Christian apologist buddies, David Wood and John McCrae.
Okay, so I want to go back quickly and just show you the definition of a meme, to be clear. Right? So we know we're not using the first one.
Right.
You're trying to go to the second meme here. Right? An element of a culture or system of behavior passed from one person to another by imitation or other non-genetic means, which this does not fit because the people in Israel Hill did not imitate the people in the land.
Right.
People in the land didn't call themselves Israelites, and we went over it before and said all that.
Right,
Just
yeah,
going over it again. And they did not live like the people in the land of Israel today at all, neither. Right? People in the land of Israel, a whole bunch of them were black, call themselves rabbi,
Right.
follow a whole bunch of Kabbalah.
Yes.
They wasn't doing all that stuff on Israel Hill. Clearly, they wasn't doing none of that. They would be more so. They'd be more so close to the New Testament living of way, if anything, versus living in any kind of Kabbalah and what they're talking about. Right. So we see that right here. So the definition that he's trying to say does not fit these people. So it can't be a meme. Let's go back to the video now. Let me switch back to it. Right.
What's up, y'all?
So this is another Christian. Again, I didn't see if he did a video or something like that to try to debunk it. Okay.
We're here at the intersection of Lane Street, West 3rd Street, and Industrial Road Park in Farmville. Now,
that's David Wood. Don't know who that is. That's David Wood right here. He's another Christian guy. His specialty is to go at the Quran and Muslims. That's his specialty. He attacks the Quran, rip it down, up, you name it, he does it.
Oh, okay.
To the Quran. He battles, he debates them, he debates all of their sheik, all of their, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
All of their imams. His guy right here, him. And when he debates them, he beats them. Let me be clear.
Okay.
He beats them
Okay.
in their own book.
in the history. So
Okay.
he ain't no joke to deal with. This guy right here.
Okay.
But he does not know the Renewed Testament accurately. I think sometimes he's much more versed in that Quran stuff than he is in his own Bible.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Apologists of Hebrew Israelism claim that the name of this area, Israel Hill, and the sometimes name of some of its inhabitants, Israelites, proves that these free Black Americans knew they were descendants of the ancient Israelites.
And these slaves know classified themselves as Israel.
These slaves said they were Israelites. They named their home Israel Hill. Promised land.
I'm going to respond to this poorly constructed argument, but first, you'll want a little background to understand the context. Just to the west of this marker lies Israel Hill, settled in 1810, 1811. Israel Hill was settled by 90 people who were formerly enslaved. These folks were released from slavery via the will of Richard Randolph. Richard Randolph, born in 1770, inherited the Bazaar plantation when he came of age. Yes, that's the name. Randolph wrote in his will that all the enslaved persons he inherited were to be released upon his death. Quaker abolitionist John G. Whittier referred to the anti-slavery manifesto contained in Randolph's will as, quote, this noble and Christian testimony of Richard Randolph, end quote. Whittier wrote this in 1875, quote, let us thank the divine providence that we have been permitted to see the end of the accursed thing against which Richard Randolph bore his emphatic testimony, end quote. Richard Randolph wrote his anti-slavery will at 25. He died the very next year, 1796. Unfortunately, his widow delayed the promised freedom. Judith finally enacted his.
She didn't delay it. He's lying. She did not delay it. She was trying to give it to him. She had to go to, they was making laws so that she couldn't give it to the slaves. We're going to read it. We're going to, listen, we're going to get the person that wrote the book say this so that he's lying. I'm going to play the video with the guy that wrote the book is going to say what I'm saying, what I am saying. She didn't delay nothing. She was trying to fight. They was the one fighting her, and that was the delay. Okay? So say he's lying.
Wishes in the winter of 1810-1811. The 90 people who were formerly enslaved received their freedom, 9 tracts of land on 350 acres for a community. This is why the settlement was called Israel Hill. It was their promised land.
They called, no, that's a lie. They called it Israel Hill. They called it Israel Hill. But they viewed it as their promised land. They called it that. Stop lying, bro.
Members of the Israel Hill community lived, married, did business with, had children with the white folks of Prince Edward County.
That is a lie. They did not have children with no other whites, not the people in Israel Hill. I'm gonna have the person that wrote the book say the same thing. It was not them. It was the other free blacks outside of them. They were the one that was moving, traveling with other whites, and then having children with them. Not the one in Israel Hill. That is a lie. Again, I'm gonna have the person that wrote the book speak on it.
So he's just sloppily.
He just, yeah, because he figured you're not gonna do the research, so he's doing that. The people in Israel Hills, they did business with him.
Right.
They worked, they did business with him.
Commerce,
You know what I'm saying? Commerce and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They did not intermarry with him. This is a lie.
You could tell how they all huddled up, like it don't seem.
Yeah.
Come on now.
This
Don't
is
even
a lie.
throw that on that crowd.
He's up there lying.
Look at him. Bunch of slaves
Yeah.
up there. Maybe in a minute.
Community members developed commercial businesses in blacksmithing, dairy, tobacco farming, carpentry, general store management, and as boatmen. Some even received equal wages as the whites they worked with, and even successfully defended their rights in court at times. This is not to paint the situation as a perfect paradise. This Southern experiment in Black freedom still had its struggles and faced unfair challenges due to prevailing bigotry in the environment.
I want to this. They trying to call it the author of the book. He calls it an experiment, but it's not. How's it an experiment when this man will in testament that they be free? He wasn't testing nothing. He literally did it. Wrote it in his will, right? So it was no experiment. It's actually went down. Okay. And it continued to go down. Let me be clear. There's other communities along like Israel Hill where people was free. So yeah, and if an experiment, you trying to test out something to see what's going to happen, but you do it in one place. If it works here, then we can try to duplicate it over here and do it over here. Right? This wasn't an experiment because it happened over here, it happened over there, it happened all over the place.
Right. Wow.
Historian and professor Melvin Patrick Eli writes about this in his award-winning and detailed history, Israel on the Appomattox, published in 2010. For 3 generations, as many as 150 free Black Israelites lived and worked from their homes on a bluff overlooking the Appomattox River in pre-Civil War Prince Edward County. In 2009, the Department of Historic Resources erected this historical marker commemorating the community in Farmville, Virginia. You've got the proper background now. So let's take a look at footage of an actual One West Hebrew Israelite camp. Their name is ISOC, Israelite Saints of Christ, trying to prove that
that was ISOC. They said they were formerly known as Future World of Israel, but now they're ISOC. Okay. Israel Saints of Christ. ISOC, Israel Saints of Christ, okay? But that's their formal name, what they went by before.
they're Israelites from this marker on location. Y'all ready? Roll that clip.
An acknowledgement by the Department of Historic Resources in 2009. They even understood what a lot of you so-called Blacks don't understand today, is that they understood that you're the Israelites.
Hebrew Israelites claim that non-Israelite powers work overtime to try and hide the true identity of Black Americans. If that's your assumption, then why would the Department of Historic Resources make a sign marker in 2009 supposedly telling you that you are the Israelites? ISOC answers this by saying that the Department of Historic Resources is actually fulfilling biblical prophecy.
Okay, so he making a claim that the brothers are saying that the Department of Historic Resources are fulfilling biblical prophecy. Now let's see if that's what the brothers say in the video. Okay. All right.
Watch this clip.
These Israelites and other free African Americans, because you have to have an understanding, we're not African Americans, we're actually Israelites, okay? But we were brought over to the Americas from the western part of Africa.
Your own precept.
Now we heard the clip. Did they make a claim in there that the Department of Resources was fulfilling biblical prophecy? Did they say that? No. His own clip doesn't say that. So you're lying.
A position works against your theory here. The real truth, the government does not think you're an Israelite. So it's neither hiding it from you nor telling you. With all due respect, you are simply misreading and misunderstanding this sign.
The government isn't telling you're an Israelite. They're telling that these group of slaves, African American, call themselves Israelites, is what they're saying.
Yes, that's what the sign says.
We have a group of your people back in the 1800s who call themselves Israelite. This is what they're doing. They're not concerned with you today if you claim to be an Israelite or not.
Right.
That's not here nor there, right?
Yes.
Because they don't view you as no threat.
Right.
You're not a threat to them. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't really matter. Because if you was, they wouldn't have did all of this. All they're doing, they're commemorating a historical event that happened in their city, right? In their state. That's all they're doing.
It's not telling you that you are an Israelite or anybody for that matter.
It is. If it's not saying that way, what is it actually really saying there?
Your answer is that the sign is a compassion.
And give them compassion. And give them compassion.
And give them compassion. Not a gift of compassion. He's reading what it says, give them compassion. You can't even hear correctly what the brothers is reading.
What you're seeing and even in this sign, this is compassion. Read.
So the government who you say is still enslaving the Israelites is showing you compassion by erecting this sign. Is that?
He's saying they're reading God is doing that. God says, and give them, you don't hear what the brothers are reading out the Bible.
really logical?
Is Christ prophesied it that we were gonna go into great slavery and oppression, okay? The Israelites were gonna go into great slavery and oppression.
St. Luke, chapter 21 and verse 19.
This sign literally says right here, other free African Americans. African Americans. This lets us know the residents of Israel Hill, yes, sometimes called Israelites in quotation marks here, were also African Americans. And
No, you should try you flipping right there again.
Yeah, that was
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He says
So,
these Israelites, then it says, and other free African American, right? They're all going to be classified as African American, but these African Americans call themselves Israelites. The other ones didn't. The other ones didn't call themselves Israelites, but these ones in Israel Hill did, right? That's the difference. Even today, we call ourselves Israelites. People out there in the church don't call themselves Israelites.
more specifically, Afro-Virginians. This is what the sign says.
Come on now, see, go ahead.
This sign is not telling anyone they're actually descendants from Jacob, as these men imagine.
But then you have to explain to us why they call themselves Israelites then. You don't call yourself Israelites unless you think you descend from Jacob. Who was the first Israelite? Name changed to Israel.
Called blacks, you so-called Hispanics whose fathers are of Negroid and Indian descent, you are the biblical Israelite.
No, that's where I disagree with the brothers at. This sign is not talking about no Hispanics and no Native Americans. Doesn't mention none of that on the sign. All it mentions is so-called African American. See, but that's indoctrination that they have to include these other two in there. But the sign is not representing of any of that. So that part of what they video is incorrect.
Believe that. We're standing right in front of a document that shows it.
If the ISOC camp wants to claim that this sign proves the Black Americans are Israelites, that's one thing. I could even see why they say that from their perspective. It's an interesting discussion, at least. They're wrong, but still.
No, they're right, but still.
But what in the world does Israel Hill have to do with Native Americans and Hispanics?
I agree with him there. It had nothing to do with Native Americans and Hispanic whatsoever. It does not. Because there was no Native Americans there on Israel Hill. Right? No Hispanics neither. Had nothing to do with them.
They are not mentioned. This sign has nothing to do with their ancestors in any way. Hebrew Israelism of the One West variety literally subverts and distorts both Black and Indigenous history in this perverse manner. Now, I want to be charitable. I get what he's trying to say here.
Hey, curse shall thou be in the field.
Curse shall thy be in the field. We were cursed to pick sugarcane, tobacco, guavas, melons, okay, and slaves, okay.
But as he reads a verse about being cursed and being enslaved, he's literally pointing to a historical marker commemorating the people of Israel Hill who enjoyed a measure of freedom, with some even becoming successful in business ventures, most notably Sam and Phil White. There's even a case of lending to the whites in the area. The family of early settler
Hercules White
bought and sold real estate in Farmville and joined with white
white citizens to found
the town's first Baptist church in
1836.
What does that tell you? The Black citizens of Israel Hill were not bigots like the One Westers are.
This is a lie. We're gonna get the owner, the book, the guy that wrote the book doesn't say this. These people that wrote this song right here got the information kind of incorrect. The guy that wrote the book, he gonna tell you, Hercules White was already dead. Hercules White died in 1812. He died like a year after they got the land. The church was not erected until 1836. Hercules White died in 1812. They couldn't have been him that did it. He was dead.
They joined with white folks to start a church in the area, a Christian Protestant.
It was two of them. It was Sam White and it was Phil White. Remember, listen, you would think this name White, these people are white. These are completely black people that have this name White. They don't even know history of how they got the name White, but they're completely black. They're slaves.
Well, we know black people had a last name too, like Barry White.
Yeah, but I'm saying originally they don't tell you how they got to this name, but these are black people on Israel Hill, but they are descendants of Hercules White, right? Again, Hercules White did not marry a white woman, so his children was mixed. No, he married a black woman, and he kept their name, right? But it was Sam and Hercules White. These two from Israel, just two of them. They had an idea to start a church, right? Yes, they did to start a church. Then 22 other white people joined with these two to form this Baptist church, right? Now, the reason why you would want to have white people with you to build a church, because even a completely white church was being terrorized by certain white people coming in there shooting guns and trying to disrupt the service because they didn't believe in that nonsense. You know what I'm saying? None of that. Terrorizing their own people. Again, the book that wrote the book is going to say this in the video so you can see for yourself. He's going to tell you in the video that it was these two men and they was joined by 22 white people to start the church. And if you was a black person starting a church by yourself, it will naturally be burned down, right? They would burn it down, right?
Yeah.
Then they burned down the community that we had over there again, right? I forgot what it's called again. They burned the community down, right?
Yeah, you talking about the Black Wall Street. Right?
The Black Wall Street, they burned it down.
Yeah.
You had just freed slaves starting a church, they would burn that down. They wouldn't even but if you have 22 white people with you, you get it's pause for cause.
Right.
I mean, it's cause for pause.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you might kill some white people in there or something like that. Right. So it's wise for them to go, but it's only two of them. It wasn't like it was all of them. And this is years later, as a matter of fact, too, as well.
The church. This also tells us that they did not practice Hebrew Israelism.
That is a lie. You do not know that. It does not say that. Listen, if you are going by the Bible, to some degree you are practicing something Hebrew.
Yeah.
To some degree, you know what I'm saying? Right. You believing in Jesus Christ is Hebrew Israelism. That's not the Torah said to believe in this man. You by you believing in Christ, you're actually keeping Torah. That's what it says for you to do.
Not practice that religion, as conceived by IUIC, ISOC, HODC, GFS, or FWOI. They weren't living like Hebrew Israelites because they were not Hebrew Israelites.
He does not know how the people live. He making claims he can't prove. Right. What's the proof that they live like Israelites? You don't know that.
Shots fired.
Shots fired right back. You know what I'm saying? He's shooting blanks over there because he has no proof at all whatsoever how they live.
Where the byword is what they call African American, or niggas, or sticks and ass. Those are different names other than opposite nationality, which is Israelite. Okay, it's telling you biblical prophecy, Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 37.
A byword would be a slur of derision. For example, Sicilian Americans have been called wops, guineas, dagos. What's another one, guys? Greasers. They used to call me John Mark Greaser. We notice again the resident.
He's Sicilian. That's what I mean.
I can see that.
And then that's grease monkey back then.
Yeah, he called it without going off with the black, but he calls them greasers. He knows what he used to call him, his people.
Of Israel Hill were African American, not literal Israelites. African American is not a byword.
How is it not? If someone is calling you something that you're not African and you're not American, then that would be classified as a byword.
Well, blacks.
Calling something, that's right. Is what I'm saying. If someone is calling you out your name, it will be considered the definition of a byword.
The Most High left these clues still here for us to this day, that we may know that we are his people.
No, this is not a clue as to Israel's true identity. The Bible never indicates the Israelites would have to wait on the Department of Historic Resources in 2009 to get clues off of road signs about who the true Israelites are.
Doesn't make no sense at all. The people in Israel Hill said they're Israelites way before in the 1800s, before the sign even erected. So they wasn't waiting for a sign to be erected. They knew they were Israelites before the sign even got up.
Wow. And before 1948.
Yeah, because remember, they called themselves Israelites. This is in the beginning of the 1800s. Let's be clear. So what he's saying doesn't make no sense.
So this is where the brainwashing basically started. Those things that we showed in red in Israel Hill.
Now, these gentlemen actually went into town to see the church started by some of the Black residents of Israel Hill. They claim that's where the brainwashing started. That's where the brainwashing started? If they knew they were Israelites, why would they start a church to brainwash people into believing a lie about who they are or are not? None of this makes any sense.
And they started a church they started to brainwash nobody. What are you talking about? You're making claim, prove it. You would have to go and partner up with the white people if you're going to start a church. Otherwise, it's futile. They're going to burn your church down. You will not survive. They're starting a church off their land. The church isn't on Israel Hill itself. It's off the land. You won't stand a chance.
Right. Yeah, ain't gonna get to.
Especially Israel Hill. You know, and they
Right.
name that. Like in our land.
Again, it was 2 of them, and it was 22 white people. So-called white people. Look at the difference in the numbers.
20 more.
20 more. You know what I'm saying?
They erected a sign in 2009 recognizing that so-called blacks and Hispanics, okay, are the children of Israel. Believe that, okay? You are the Israelites.
Does not the man see it? Don't you see it? On the sign right there is the word Israelites in quotation marks. Why? This indicates an artful phrase, a phrase of art, not to be understood in some overly wooden sense, as if the sign or the residents were indicating that they believe they could trace their lineage back to the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The word Israelite is in quotes.
Come on now. So things in quotes, he's trying to say is not real. It's some kind of joke. We know that's a lie.
Come.
We're going to go back. Let me switch over here. Now we're going to go what the things in quotation marks mean. So we can get it. Let's do words. You know what? We're going to do one word. What does a word? And listen, it's in double quotation. There's things in single quotation too as well. This is in, you gotta get double. Right here. A double quotation mark around a direct quote. A direct quote is a word-for-word report of what someone else said or wrote. We're reading it right here. Double quotation. Use of double quotation, because there's also single quotation as well. It said single, right here, single versus double quotation. We ain't got to go into that because it's in double quotation.
Right.
And right here, we see what it is. Word for word report of what someone else said. So the people called themselves Israelites. This is not no joke. Let's go back to the video. All right.
Christ or the Most High call us can be called Baptists, Pentecostals, Episcopalian, Seventh-day Adventists, Jehovah's Witnesses. All of those are something completely different.
This Hebrew Israelite is saying that Hebrew Israelites should not be in Christian denominations. Yet, why did they build a Protestant church? And that's not even the only black church in Farmville. In
They
fact,
built a Baptist church. But to build a Baptist church, at least they believe in baptism.
Right, right.
Whether it's water or the Holy Spirit, they believe in baptism. And listen, let me be clear. We're talking about baptism that was started by who? Israelite man. John the Baptist is an Israelite.
MLK even visited one here. The video we have been reviewing by ISOC ends with their version of the 12 tribes chart. But notice all of the different people groups listed. Cubans, Peruvians, Seminoles. This sign is in no way relevant to them.
All your
I would agree to that.
I would too.
All the people in this sign don't represent all the people on there at all.
questions can be answered. Feel free to reach out to us at fwisrael.org.
The man in the video says that all your questions can be answered by ISOC. What's your evidence that these early 19th century free Black Americans thought they were Israelites? There is none. You are simply assuming based upon your own prior incorrect assumption.
There is. The sign is telling you that they're Israelites. That's the proof. These Israelites. That's the proof right there. He said there is no evidence. The marker is the evidence. What are you two talking about?
Israelites and other free African Americans.
The author of the definitive book on the subject explains this on page 7 of his book. When Randolph's family carried out his will in 1810, after years of delay, his ex-slaves gave the name Israel Hill to their new home in the rolling terrain of Prince Edward County, and they called themselves Israelites.
Okay, so we see clearly the ex-slaves called it Israel Hill, and they called themselves Israelites, according to the author of the book.
This was their promised land to which they have been delivered out of bondage. There is no primary evidence that they believe what you believe or that they thought what you thought.
There is primary evidence. The author of the book is saying that's why Israel is in quotation. He's quoting, he says something, either it's a direct quote of something spoken or written. The people in Israel either spoke it directly, they're Israelites, or they wrote it down that they were Israelites. Because it's in quotations.
And give them compassion. And give them compassion. What you're seeing even in this sign, this is compassion.
The author of this book, a historian, a professor, spent decades researching this project. He literally combed through over 60 boxes of primary source documents, especially legal records. Some of the words he found were even sentences in their own handwriting, but no indication that they believed they were the biblical Israelites. In fact, all the evidence is to the contrary.
This is a lie. You just read in the guy's book where he says they call themselves Israelites, and it's in quotation on the sign. The guy in the book cannot say that they call themselves Israelites if he didn't have any kind of evidence to them boxes to show that they were calling themselves Israelites. How can he say that? What he would have said, you know what I'm saying, is that they thought they were Israelites. That's not what he said. He said they call themselves Israelites.
We've already seen how they built a house of worship with their white neighbors.
Not they, with just two of them. Let's be clear. I'm gonna have the author say it too, so we can be clear what it is. You know, we could be 100 of us here. If two of us go off and do something, you can't say all of us was with it.
Right.
Just those two over there was over there with that nonsense. We wasn't with that.
Is that something you guys would do?
Yes, in the 1800s, yes. In the 1800s, it's logical to then team up with who? The so-called enemy, right? To try to make something, to build something, a church, to make something happen, right? You can have some kind of sanctuary or something away. Yes, you would do something like that. We see it happen all the time. Yeah.
Nah. As you read,
No, yes, you would. Not today, back then, yes, you would.
the history on the subject, you read about how these Israelites intermarried with white folks, had children together.
This is, I want to be clear again. They did not intermarry with white folks, not the one on Israel Hill. I just want to be, listen, if we look at the sign, I'm gonna pull the sign up so we can be clear. Look what the sign says. If what he said is true, let me pull the sign. Here's the sign up. I'm gonna pull the sign up. We're gonna go to the end of the sign. The sign says Israel Hill remained a vigorous Black community.
Wow.
Into the when? 20th century.
Wow. No, I think it was having a little mixed here.
Where they mixed it? Where is it mixed? They said they remain a Black community all the way through. They didn't become mixed. It would have said it right here that it would have been mixed. It would have been a vigorous mixed community. No, it remained all Black into the 20th century.
How is that possible?
I just want to be clear. This is what the sign is saying it right here.
If they mixing with white people, how is
They would have. How did they remain? Remember, they started out Black,
right?
so it remained how it started
Finish.
and finished that way. Speaking. All right, it's kind of what you talking about, bro. We debunking the so-called debunked video.
They celebrated Christmas.
Where's the evidence of that? When they celebrated Christmas? When? We don't see
Yeah,
evidence of that.
because like at a certain point that Christians wasn't even like allowed in this country to a certain point anyway. So how do we know they wasn't allowed?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You talking about the early 1800s.
Right.
So I don't think that was even correct.
Right,
You know what I'm saying?
exactly. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Because it's like 18 something is when they actually, I don't know what year, but 18 something that could have been later on.
I think it was in the early 1900s that they even allowed them to do that because they didn't want to do that at all.
Right. Yeah.
Celebrating Christmas.
Wow.
That was illegal in
Yeah,
America.
yeah,
You couldn't do
yeah.
that over here.
Yeah.
You couldn't even open a church on Sundays here in this country. That was illegal. That was wrong. They would shut you down. That's what happened. This thing called it Sunday law for them, for taking some Sunday law. You couldn't do that on no Sundays. Fact check me. Look it up. In this country.
Practice Christianity.
Go ahead. You want to say something, Tony?
Did they do their church days out here? When they did them?
Say again?
What days did they do their church days out here?
It wasn't on Sundays. I forgot what day it was. I think it was on Saturdays, different days. They couldn't do it on Sunday.
Whereas Baptists, shoot, they even raised hogs and consumed pork. The evidence is all here. We got bills of sale and everything else.
They could have raised a hog, and that's business because the other people, they eat them.
Right.
I'm gonna raise them to sell them to you. It doesn't mean I was eating them. This is business. Remember, I just came out of slavery. I need to make some money.
Then we might have them for trash cans and do
You know what I'm saying? I gotta survive.
They clean up our slop.
See, he don't understand business. Business is supply and demand, right? There's a demand for what? For pigs? I'm gonna supply the demand and make some money.
Unfortunately,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I looked at it. I googled it. It said that Christmas was not legalized in the U.S. before 1836.
What? This before?
Before.
This wait a minute. So that means they couldn't be celebrating it.
Right.
The church. Listen, the church just began to be built. Guess in what years? 1836.
Right. Mm-hmm.
They just began to build the church in that year. So before that year, they could have been celebrating on Christmas.
Right.
So he lying.
Fortunately, some even held slaves.
Look, for those who don't believe me, look at the sign. The sign says church in 1836, right here in the sign. Just to be clear, dude, making it up. The sign says it right here. All in the foot, huh? He ain't debunked nothing yet. We waiting. Where's the debunk at?
Or paid white owners for the use of their slaves at times. No one should co-sign this latter practice. But all this shows they were not even attempting to practice Mosaic law in the way the One West Hebrew Israelites say that they do. Think about it. The prevailing religion in the U.S. was a sort.
Where is he at? Oh, this thing is hiding it. I'm moving the thing out of it.
You are the rightful winner, but I do not
Hey,
decide.
Shabbat shalom, brother.
Shalom. What's going on, brother?
Shabbat shalom, Ahmad.
All right, let's go ahead.
Sort of general Christianity at the time. This shaped the culture of all peoples in America in many ways. Bible stories, Bible places, Bible people, Bible names, Bible events, all prominent at the forefront of the cultural landscape. Page 49. They called their new home Israel Hill and sometimes referred to themselves as Israelites, thus linking their story to an ancient epic liberation from bondage that has inspired African Americans from that time to this. That makes sense. Let's say, imagine that these men and women were of the Islamic faith.
They sometimes call themselves Israelites.
Yeah, sometimes.
The writer of the book, he's commenting and said, well, that's what's inspired from the people up in the book. Again, the author is working with limited resources, so certain things he's reading, he's saying, well, they call themselves Israelites, well, that must be that they must be inspired by what they read in the Bible, not knowing that these people are calling themselves that because they believe that they are these people.
Right.
Maybe they would have named it, instead of Israel Hill, Mecca Hill.
Mecca Hill. Oh, they call it Mecca Hill.
Because he's saying that these people are like in Islam and the Muslims.
Who is Islam and Muslims?
That's what he's saying. Like I mean, that's what.
If they were Islams and Muslims,
Yeah.
okay, but they're not. So
Right.
why would they name them that?
Right.
So there is no. It could have been. It couldn't have been that.
Right.
But that wouldn't have meant that they believed they descended from the tribe of Koresh.
Why not? If they call themselves that,
Yeah.
right, Mecca Hill, then they would think there's some kind of connection between them and their tribe.
Right. Yeah.
He don't get it.
He's something is wrong with them. Something clearly wrong with them.
Like Muhammad. As a side note, if they were in an Islamic society, they probably would have been granted any freedom in the first place, as we can see from the example of Muhammad and his followers in the Hadith.
If they were Muslims, they probably wouldn't have been in slavery because the Muslims putting the blacks in slavery. I'm right or wrong. It was the Muslims who helped rounded up the blacks that's in Africa to put them in slavery. If they were Muslim, they probably would not have been in slavery. Let's talk about that.
Wow.
Right over his head. So it couldn't have been no Mecca Hill. It wouldn't have been plausible.
They ain't letting no slaves go. I'm just saying. Place name does not indicate lineage. Freed black people who lived in Israel Hill were sometimes called Black Israelites.
No. Stop lying. Called themselves Israelites. They call themselves that. You try to make you say no, they called it. People call them that. No, they call themselves that. Let's get that clear. You try to make it seem like people call them that. They didn't call themselves that.
Right.
No, they call themselves Israelites, bro. Stop lying.
Their black neighbors who were still enslaved were not referred to in this way. It has to do with where they live.
Their black neighbors, they referred to as Israelites because they didn't call themselves Israelites. Only the ones that did, they called them Israelites because they called themselves that.
Right. That was that cool.
Right.
But I'm from Phoenix. We're called Phoenicians.
Now you're trying to make a joke of it, trying to say I'm from Phoenix. That means I'm Phoenician. I don't even go together.
Right.
Phoenix and Phoenician.
Right.
No.
Mean I descend from people who reside in the land now called Lebanon. Maybe if they were Hindus, they would have called it Vrindavan Hill. There's actually a place in West Virginia called New Vrindavan. It was named that by the Hare Krishnas, but that does not mean that they believe they descended from the ancient Pandavas. And you can live in New Mexico, be called a New Mexican. But that doesn't mean that you're descended from ancient Aztecs.
You could have, you don't know. You could have. It's all speculation. You can't say nobody in New Mexico didn't descend from them. You can't say nobody did.
Right.
By the Department of Historic Resources, issued in 2009. There you go, Israel.
These men drive around rural areas looking for road signs, to prove that they are Israelites. But Jesus, Yeshua, is all the sign we need from God. Isaiah 7:14 says this, therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son and shall call his name Emmanuel. The virgin birth of Jesus, Yeshua, is a sign. It's a sign that the sinless creator God is present with his people to save. Luke 2:12 is a sign. And this will be a sign for you. You will find a baby wrapped in swaddling cloths and lying in a manger. The coming of the Messiah, the incarnation, now that's a sign from God.
Again, this timeline is bad. That are we going to find a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes in our time?
No.
Stop with the foolishness, bro.
Right.
That was the people back in that time for when he came.
Right.
That isn't a sign for us because it already happened.
Right.
That's for us to believe that actually transpired and went down. We rolling on faith right now that actually took place.
Right.
That's what we rolling on.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a sign for us.
At that 2,000 years ago or better, not anything in the future.
You're looking for no virgin to have no son, right?
Right.
Come on, man.
Yeah, right. You know, yeah.
Please make some sense, bro. You're gonna put some scriptures, man. You know, please.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Ridiculous, for real.
Christ himself spoke about yet another important sign, the sign of Jonah, the resurrection.
Would you cut it out, bro? All right. We're not looking for someone to get swallowed up by a fish and come out of this. We are looking for none of that. We here waiting for Christ to come back. That's where we at.
Right.
Jesus Christ rose again on the third day to show that death was conquered and our sins are forgiven.
Not your sin. Not your sin. Israelite sin. Let's be clear. Israelite, your sin, the Israelite sin. He died for the sins of his people, the text says. Let's be clear what the book actually says. And what Christ had out of his own mouth, let's be clear. What Christ had out of his own mouth as well. He came to he said, I can give my life a ransom. It says for many. Does not say everybody. Out of Christ's own mouth. Can we read it so we can stop it? Before they say we making stuff up. Oh, you making stuff up. Yeah, okay. Let's read it what Christ said out of his own mouth so we can stop this. We can stop this foolishness. We're going to come to the book of Matthew. Come all the way down so we can get it. Matthew chapter 20, verse 28. Now, let me get it. Matthew chapter 20, verse 28. I'm gonna show it on. I'm gonna go in here and show it on the screen so we can see it. Okay. All right, so we can Matthew chapter 20, and we're gonna get what is this verse 28?
Yes.
Show it so people can see this is the Messiah's own words out of his own mouth. Go ahead, brother.
They're reading from the book of Matthew, chapter 20, verse 28. It reads, even as the Son of Man came not to be ministered unto, but to minister and to give his life a ransom for many.
It's out of his own mouth.
Right.
He does, even on his own mouth, he never said he came to die for everybody or the whole world. He says for many. This is what he says out of his own mouth. Okay, can we stop the foolishness? Let's get the other one so we can be clear.
Okay.
Chapter 1, verse 21. Matthew chapter 1, verse 21. Let's get that so we can be clear what that actually says too as well. Again, this is the angel speaking who get his information straight from God himself. Who got that?
I got it.
Go ahead.
I read from the book of Matthew, chapter 1, verse 21. It reads, and she shall bring forth a son, and now shall call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins.
Clearly, his people. Can we stop it with the foolishness? He didn't die for no Sicilian. That's not what he did. The book does not say none of that. None of that. Stop it. All right,
Clearly.
clearly. This video is almost finished.
Okay.
This gospel message is beautifully explained in 1 Corinthians chapter 15. In the Old Testament, it was as if Jonah was dead. When he was
No, he died. As if he was dead, he died.
inside the great sea creature. But Jonah, figuratively, rose again on the third day to preach repentance to the Ninevites.
He didn't figuratively rise. He literally rose back from the dead. God resurrected him. Literally. Because you don't understand what Christ is saying, or you don't understand Hebrew, or worse, you probably don't understand Greek. How if Jonah doesn't die, how does that mirror Christ? If Jonah was in the well for three, how does it mirror him? Because it wouldn't. Christ was not literally in a fish belly, was he?
No.
No. He's mirroring what happened to him in the belly.
Right.
As he was 3 days and 3 nights in the fish belly,
Yes.
meaning because in the fish belly he died. He says, I'm gonna be 2 days and 3 nights where? In the earth. When he was in the earth, he died. He go in the earth. For it to make any sense, he must have died in that fish's belly. Right? What was it making any sense? Because if he didn't die, so wait a minute. Well, if he didn't die in the fish belly, then how are you dead in the earth? Where's the correlation there?
From the living to the dead, you can't mix them.
It doesn't. There's the correlation. No correlation. You would say that. Oh, you saying because he was in that fish belly 3 days and 3 nights. Right. You say you're gonna be in there in 3 days. Is that the only correlation that's there? No. No. Had to experience that. Again, when you read it, it shows you was out of the belly of hell. Hell means Sheol is the grave. Right. What the Hebrew word means, Sheol, grave. He died.
Who were Assyrian Gentiles. Speaking of Gentiles and signs, take a look at Acts 15:12. It shows the triune God performed under.
There is no triune. Stop it with this nonsense, bro. Because this triune. There's no triune. There's no triune nothing. Let's debunk this foolishness right quick. Triune foolishness, man. Can we get 1 Corinthians chapter 8?
Yeah.
We're going to start at verse 4, and we're going to read down to verse 7. All right. 1 Corinthians chapter 8, we're going to read verse 4 down to verse 7. Who got that? Go ahead.
1 Corinthians chapter 8, starting at verse 4. As concerning, therefore, the eating of those things that are offered in sacrifice unto idols, we know that an idol is nothing in the world.
Paul saying we, that means him, Peter, James, the entire church. We know that the idol is nothing in the world. Go ahead.
And that there is none other God but one.
Not three, not no triune, nothing. And that there is no other God, singular, one. All right?
Yeah, but he's gonna say that it's like the Voltron thing. Like they all gotta be together for them to be one.
What you mean?
You know, like the Voltron
They
thing?
separate.
Yeah, if never went together, that's gonna be like the most.
Okay, let's see if that's true.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Verse 5. For though there be that are called gods.
See, for those there be that are called gods, you know that pharaohs, Caesars, and men call themselves, even today, men call themselves God.
Yes.
So for though there be that are called gods.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Whether in heaven.
Where? Whether in heaven. So who are called gods in heaven?
Say Christ. Christ called God in heaven?
The angels are called gods. That's in heaven. Alahayim, right?
Okay, yeah.
Gods,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Powers.
Yes.
So whether in heaven, so the angels are called gods in heaven. Go ahead.
Or in earth.
Or in earth, who are called gods in the earth?
Well,
Pharaohs are called gods. We call ourselves gods, right? Caesars, right?
Yeah, Caesar's, yeah.
So we covered heaven and we covered earth, right? Go ahead.
As there be gods, many,
As there be gods, listen, many, what? Go ahead.
and lords many.
And lords many. See, there are gods many, and there are lords many. Even in heaven, they are called gods. Even in earth, they are called gods. But here's a clarification now.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna clear it up. Okay? Go ahead.
Verse 6. But to us,
But who?
to us,
Who is the us? Paul said, but to us.
Right.
That means to him and the entire body of Christ.
Yes.
But to us, go ahead.
there is but one God.
But to us, we know there's only one God.
Most High.
There are called gods,
Mhm.
right? Either in heaven and in earth. It said, but to us, we know that there's only what? There's only one true God. One, not three, one. Go ahead.
The Father,
The Father, go ahead.
of whom are all things,
Go ahead.
and we in him, and one Lord.
Wait a minute. See that?
Ooh, let me read it again.
Separating him from this God thing. Listen, Christ, I want to be clear. Christ is called a God. What Paul is saying, the true understanding of God, there's only one of them.
One of them.
There's only one of him, right?
First commandment.
There's only one of him. That's why it says that, and one Lord. He's pulling Christ in the, started right below the
Yes,
God,
yes.
is the Lord.
Right.
One Lord. Go ahead.
Jesus Christ, by whom are all things, and we by him.
Right. Now, we know that the title Lord applies to a lot of people. You have a landlord, do you not?
Yes. Yeah.
Kings call themselves lords of different things, right? But what they're saying is that, listen, there's only one true Lord.
Right.
That's Christ.
Mhm.
You have men who are called lords,
Yes.
and maybe women too as well.
Yes.
But above them is only one true Lord. In the true sense of that word Lord, there's only one of them. So the triune thing goes out the window. And notice this is Paul saying this.
Yes.
Does he mention a third anywhere?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Verse 7. Howbeit, there is not in every man that knowledge.
Stop. We're gonna stop right there. Howbeit, there is not in every man what knowledge? That there's only one God and one Lord. Every man don't have that knowledge.
Yes.
Vocab Malone is one of those men. Talking about some triune nonsense. Where is it here? Where's it here? How come Paul ain't mentioned in the other one? We're gonna end it right. We're gonna finish right there and go back in this video. The Bible don't teach up no Trinity nowhere.
One God.
None.
Triune.
Triune nonsense.
But then where the Allah being 100 gods all in one or something like that, wrapped up burrito. Like
Whether a triune God is confusion. That's confusion, bro. Paul said God is an author of confusion. So you have one God, right, that shows himself in three different aspects of himself. Right. Shows himself as then as the Father, sometimes as the Son, sometimes as the Holy Spirit. Right. For what reason?
Yes.
What's the reason for that? What's the reason for that? Why would a father manifest himself as his own son?
Right. Right. Yeah. Why would he do that? Why would he do that?
What's the point of that?
Yeah. What's the point of that? Yeah. Especially since he's a just God.
Yeah.
And then they both do the same work anyway. I mean,
but when he manifests himself as his own son, right? He says, "Well, my father is greater than me." No, you are your father,
right?
But my father is.
Who are you talking about? Who was your? I thought you are the father,
right?
You just a son now, but you are the father at the same time, right or wrong? Right. So why would I say it's dumb? You know what I'm saying? It don't make no sense.
What about the Holy Spirit?
And the Holy Spirit.
They don't have a name.
Don't have a name. Come on. Yeah, what is If you one God, you could just have a son and then there's a Holy Spirit. I ain't gonna turn myself into my own son and stop it. What kind of nonsense is that, man? What's the purpose of that? What's the purpose of that?
He has blue blockers on.
He definitely got some, he got some brain blockers on.
It's not my will, but it be my Father's will.
Right. Come on.
Yeah, all what I do is for the Father.
I don't even see a lot of sun out there where he look like it's kind of like a little dim out there. What you need that?
Undeniable signs to confirm the full inclusion of non-Israelites into the new covenants.
It is a lie. There is no inclusion of non-Israelites in the new covenant. None. We're gonna read it too. Let's read it. Jeremiah 31:31. He said that there is no inclusion of outsiders in the new covenant. We about to read it. Stop lying, bro. Every time we say something wrong, we gotta come here and correct it.
Okay.
Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 31. What we're gonna read. This is the renewed, actually the renewed covenant. Let's see if there's any non-Israelite included in this covenant.
Jeremiah
Chapter 31. Start at verse 31. We're gonna read down to verse 34.
Yes, sir? Almost. Chapter 31, verse 31.
Yes, sir.
Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 31, and it reads, "Behold, the day come, save the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah."
Stop. Where is the outsiders at in this verse?
Outside.
Right there, this verse. Behold, the days come that the Lord will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah. And he stops right there. Where are the outsiders at?
Outside.
Stop lying, bro. They were not included in this new covenant, in this renewed covenant. They were not included in it. If there was, it would be right here.
Right.
This is where it would be at.
Right.
He says who he's making it with. You can't go adding to the word of God.
Come.
That's a violation of Torah. What he's saying is a violation of God's law. You add into God's words. God never said that. And who's making the covenant? God is making the covenant. See, their mistake is they think Christ's making the covenant.
Right.
Christ is the sacrifice that starts the covenant, that renews the covenant. The covenant is actually being made by God. That's why it says, the days come up, say of the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and Judah. I'm making the covenant, me. Christ ain't making it, I'm making it. I'm using him as the blood to initiate the covenant with. I'm making it. And I'm telling you who I'm making it with. You can't come tell me who I'm making it with. Come on, go ahead, brother.
Come. 32.
Yes.
Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the days that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt.
So it's not according to that covenant that he made them. He's going to tell you what that means, right? Go ahead.
Which my covenant they broke. Break off, although I was an husband unto them, saith the Lord.
So the covenant was the contract that made them husband and wife. And Israel broke the covenant. All right? Go ahead.
33. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord.
All right. So now we understanding when it says not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt. Now we're going to think, okay, then how is this new covenant is going to be made? Because back in Egypt when it came out, the covenant was wrote on stones.
Yes.
Right, the Ten Commandments. He said, I'm not writing on stones anymore, is what he's saying here. Now he's specifying how he's making this new covenant. All right? Go ahead.
I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts, and will be their gods, and they shall be my people.
So the covenant now is being made with them. It's going to be written on them instead of stones now. So it's been moved from stones to the people is the only difference. That's how it means not according to that. It means, and I'm writing it on you. All right, that's the difference.
So,
And again, and what is he writing on them? His laws,
the law.
his laws, not no new laws.
Come.
The exact same laws. You want to say something, Tony?
You write it in their heart. Would they still have to study from the book, or it's just naturally with them?
No, he gonna start from the book. He gonna tell you what that means. When he write it upon you, he's gonna tell you what it means. But the reason why it's writing upon you is for a reason. He's gonna tell you what is he doing. All right, go ahead.
34. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, know the Lord.
That's right. Stop right there. When he writes it on you, you ain't gonna teach nobody that it's written on to know the Lord.
Right.
That's what he's saying to you. When I write this on you, you're gonna know me.
Right.
You ain't gonna teach nobody that it's written on, that I've written on, for them to know the Lord. Right?
Come.
Why you say that? Can we continue to read?
Come. For they shall all know thee.
For who's the they that shall know me? The ones who he wrote it on. All for they shall all know me. Go ahead.
From the least of them unto the greatest of them.
From the greatest to the smallest of them. From the smallest to the greatest of them. They're all going to know me. Go ahead.
Saith the Lord, for I will forgive their iniquities, and I will remember their sins no more.
Remember that. He's going to forgive it, and he's going to forget it.
Right.
Let's be clear. What it's saying.
Right.
Not forgive and remember. But the saying is, what the saying is out here?
I forgive, but I don't forgive.
My dad used to say that.
I forgive, but I don't forget.
Yeah.
You ain't forgave.
No, you ain't following what God said. God said, I'm going to forgive and forget.
Blot it out.
Listen, forgiving and remembering isn't true forgiveness.
Come.
Is it? Is it true forgiveness?
No. He's ready to stab him in the
Is it
back.
true forgiveness? It is not true forgiveness. You're still playing games.
It sounds like they waiting to stab him in the back as soon as they
Yes, sir.
As soon as they slip.
Waiting to bring it back up as soon as they
Yes.
come in.
That's not true forgiveness.
It's on your mind all the time.
Yeah.
It's on the mind all the time. Yeah.
All right. Right. And truly, you ain't really forgave them. If it's still in your mind, you really ain't really forgave them.
Right.
We're supposed to forgive them, man. We're just from the inside.
You plotting your move.
Yeah.
And you still acknowledging that was dirty how you did it.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir. That's
SOS.
it right there.
Yeah.
SOS. Yeah, definitely.
So this he giving you the formula of true forgiveness. If you're going to forgive, you better forget it too as well.
Right.
Get rid of it.
It sounds like the right thing to do. It goes with being grown. Like
Brother, if you remember it, it's going to weigh you down.
Yeah.
Right? It's going to weigh you down.
True.
Listen, you ain't letting nothing go if you remember it. Stop with the foolishness, man. You're still playing games. Right? Because you're remembering the pain of what it caused you, what they did to you.
Now you got trust issues.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Fact. Fact. They ain't got trust issues. Right.
Along with plotting on how to get back.
Not only with that person, but anybody else in the future. You know what I'm saying? Now you don't trust nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Here we
You don't trust, even people who is really good to you, you still don't trust them neither, because you don't trust nobody because you have not truly forgiven that person that has wronged you.
It sounds like okay, I'll remember that. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be back.
Right.
That's where you really get like, whoa, don't come back.
Hey, but
I know how you're coming back.
you know what's so crazy? People think the way God is doing it is the wrong way to do it. That's crazy. They say to themselves, you're gonna get backstabbed again. Because you have not, they're gonna say you have not learned your lesson. You know what I'm saying? You still, how you gonna forget what they did to you? They gonna do it to you again. You know what I'm saying? This is what yes, sir.
Actually, I was looking more into this Christmas thing. So it says here, it says finally on June 28th, 1970,
What?
towards the end of the legislation session, President Ulysses S. Grant signed signed the bill and designing Christmas to be a legal holiday and an unpaid holiday in the District of Columbia.
1970.
1970.
Wow. I'll tell you, it's way the 1900s when that was even legal to do. What is he talking? That's what I'm trying to see. He banking you not doing that.
Right.
Go ahead, Tony.
Like that's just like your parents. You know what I mean? 1970. You know, like when you forgot about.
That makes sense though, brother.
And it's 1870. Oh,
1870 or 1970?
1870.
Close to 1900.
Still, the church was started in 1836.
Right. That's
1836.
Yeah. That's 30,
That's still years.
Yeah, that's 34 years.
Right.
Difference.
34-year difference. Right.
Yeah, right.
So still, the church was started. Still was doing Christmas when the church began.
Right. Could have been legalized, but then at least at this point they legalized the unpaid holiday and also so it's actually officially like recognized as an official holiday where it's days off.
Yeah, but Christmas was not something that the original citizens of this land came over here with.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
They couldn't even separate away from that. That was over there in Europe stuff.
Right.
They got away from that. So he lied again.
When Easter started, probably a little later.
Probably later.
All right, so we got that.
Yeah.
So we understand that the teaching is not, you don't go in the Bible no more and teach. The teaching is that you're not going to teach them to know the Lord if his laws are written on you, right? If you notice in the New Testament, they don't mention the phrase for you to know the Lord. They don't use that phrase, I want you to know the Lord. Right? Now let's show that this actually happened, because the Israelites are teaching that the New Testament has not happened yet. This has already happened.
Okay.
I want to be clear. Can we get the book of Romans?
Sure.
Chapter 2. Again, there's people on my side, in my community, that are claiming that that new covenant has not started yet, especially the group known themselves as Sakari. They teaching that this has not happened yet. That we are not in the New Testament, which is a lie. We are in the New Testament. It started way back then. Romans chapter 2, started verse 13, and we're going to read down to verse 15.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, go ahead.
I read for the book of Romans chapter 2 verse 13. It reads, it says, "For not the hearers of the law are just before God, but the doers of the law shall be justified."
So Paul is here clearly telling you to keep the law. Yeah, this is my Christian brothers and sisters that say that Paul don't teach for you to keep the law. It says it right here.
Mm-hmm.
But the doers of the law shall be justified. We all want to be justified.
Correct.
You got to do the law to get that happen to yourself. You have to do the law to get justified. All right, go ahead.
Verse 14, and it reads, "For when the Gentiles which have not the law."
So when the Gentiles that don't have Torah, go ahead.
"Do by nature the things contained in the law, these having not the law are the law unto themselves."
These don't have the law, meaning the Torah, the instructions, are law unto themselves, right? So if they don't have the law, right? Again, they don't have the law, correct?
Yes.
They are a law, but by nature, naturally, they do the things contained in the law. That means they are a walking Torah.
Yes.
Right? Because how are they doing it naturally? It has to be something on them.
Right.
Go ahead.
Verse 15, "Which show the works of the law written in their hearts."
That shows you the works of the law written where?
In their hearts.
That is the new covenant. It's been writing in their hearts. We just read it in Jeremiah 31. I think it's verse 33 says it, or 34. I will write it in their hearts. Paul says here, this show the works of the law written in their hearts. We see clearly here that this thing has actually been fulfilled. This is when Paul was going out, he was running into people that classified as Gentiles that was actually doing the law. He wasn't there teaching them. They were doing it naturally. And he said, he understand, wait a minute, these people are naturally doing the law. It says in verse 15, which show forth the works of the law written in their hearts. Once the Messiah died, God started making the renewed covenant, writing it on Israelites all over the world. So when Paul come around there, Paul ain't got to teach them certain things. All he got to teach them is what? The Messiah. You know that the Messiah came. And then you get the Messiah.
Right.
That's why they can't push in Christ, right?
Okay.
But these people know they knew the Lord at that point. They didn't know the Messiah and get him. All right.
You want to finish that?
Did you finish? No, go ahead.
Okay, it says, which show the works of the law written in their hearts, their conscience also bearing witness, and their thoughts, the meaning while accusing or else excusing one another.
Right. So their thoughts, they going through a process of them, what they're doing and not doing, what they should do and not, or they shouldn't do. Let me get one more. Okay. Well, probably two more. Just for some clarity, all right? For some clarity. Can we get the book of 1 John? Should be 1 John. 1 John chapter 2. I'm gonna pull it up here.
Okay.
And we're going to start at verse 20.
Chapter 2.
1 John chapter 2, and we're going to read verse 20 and verse 21. All right, who got that?
I'll tell you. 1 John chapter 2, starting at verse 20. But ye have an unction from the Holy One, and ye know all things.
But you have an unction of the Holy One.
What's the unction?
An unction is an anointing.
Okay.
You have an anointing from the Holy One.
Okay.
The Holy One, we know who the Holy One is.
Yes.
Who is that? That's the Most High.
Yes.
Right? Go ahead.
I have not written unto you because ye know not the truth.
But let me say, you have an anointing from the Holy One, and it says here, and you know all things. They mistranslated the word pause. Pause can mean all. Right here doesn't mean you know all things.
Right.
It means you know individual things.
Right. Yeah.
Is what actually what it would say. And you know individual things. Right. They couldn't have known all things. That's contextual. That doesn't make any sense. Right? Only one being knows all things. That's the Most High. Okay, so you know, actually the word pause is you know individual things.
Right.
Okay, in context here.
Yeah, right.
All right, go ahead.
But because ye know it.
No, read verse 21 from the beginning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
For verse 21. I have not written unto you because ye know not the truth.
See, I've not written because you don't know the truth, right? Meaning because of the anointing from the Holy One, they know the truth. Go ahead.
But because ye know it.
Uh-huh.
And that no lies is of the truth.
Is there any lie of the truth?
No.
No lies of the truth. We deal with the truth. Is it the whole truth? Or you ain't dealing with the truth? Yeah. No lies of the truth.
No half truths.
So when you to my Israelite brothers, that's with this Israelites that are North American Indians, and they stop with the lies, bro. And all the Hispanics, all that you're adding lies to the truth. There is no biblical support for that. Yes, sir.
They look like us.
Look like who?
The blacks, the North American, the so-called natives, and the indigenous.
They look like us. That's different.
Yeah, right. Different.
But I'm saying, but they're saying that we're talking about the indigenous people that was here before the slaves came here. The North American Indians, right? These people, they did DNA people. These people go back to some Asian people. And we know for a fact that the Mexicans come through from raping to the Spaniards, raping the Aztecs.
Cortez.
Right. But again, but you have to have some kind of biblical reference back to these people if you're claiming that they're Israelites, because we have biblical reference that goes back to so-called black people in the Bible directly. Where is it for these North American Indians and for these Hispanics? Where is it specifically in the Bible? Where is it at?
And why would they hide that from us if they have proof?
Right. Yeah, where is that?
Hide that from your brothers that's trying to make it to the land, promised land with you.
Right.
That's causing division. That's author of confusion.
North American Indians would be at worst, at best, they're mixed. They got straight hair, don't they not?
Straight.
They got straight hair. That means they're mixed. Original Negroes don't have straight hair. It's woolly hair. Let's be clear. Same thing with the Mexicans. Don't they got straight hair too as well? That's see that they mixed. You know what the Bible say about mixed people already? Do we have to go read that?
No.
It is not going to work. And let me address for those that, because I know what they're gonna say already. Again, they're gonna say, well, brother, you have an issue. The issue you have is Ephraim and Manasseh. Ephraim and Manasseh would be considered what?
Cubans and Puerto
Mixed. Because their mother's Egyptian. They're gonna say, well, their mother's Egyptian. Right or wrong? Their father is Israelite, but they said their mother is Egyptian. She consider they mixed, right? What they're gonna try to say. But the first thing we gotta understand that the mother being Egyptian, the child will still come out with woolly hair. Because the mother will have woolly hair.
Yeah.
Let's start that first of all. Let's start right there.
Right.
Not stringy hair.
Right.
Right? So that doesn't even work for you. The whole stringy hair thing is killing your argument for one. But let's deal with the mixed thing anyway, as a matter of fact. Let's say that they was mixed because their mother's Egyptian and their father's an Israelite because it's Joseph, right? It was the Most High himself that says he's going to incorporate those two into the nation, right? Jacob tells them, so no, they're going to have my name, right? Where did he get that from? From the Most High itself. Why would the Most High do something like that? Why would the Most High incorporate Joseph's two sons into the nation of Israel becomes the question.
Because he had this scepter was passed to Judah.
It's the beginning.
Dan?
Nope.
It's the beginning of a nation.
Nope.
Start.
The reason why the Most High would incorporate those two sons into the nation of Israel is because of what Reuben did. What did Reuben do?
Oh, he messed up he defiled his father's bed.
And which meant what happened after that?
He lost his
what?
Double blessing.
And then what happened to the double blessings after that?
Transferred to
Levi.
Manasseh and Judah. Manasseh and Ephraim. No,
That's not what happened.
Wait a minute.
Levi.
That's not correct.
Manasseh.
It's kind of correct, but you're missing a step.
Levi.
You know what happened first?
Because this is the reason why Judah is the head tribe, because of
Nope. That's not what
Went
happened.
to Levi?
It kind of did, but you're missing the first step. Can we get it in First Chronicles chapter 5?
transfer through all the kingdom.
Get First Chronicles chapter 5. Let's read it. Let's get First Chronicles chapter 5.
Missing a step.
Missing a step.
No.
You're on the right path. You're on the right.
I was on the right, okay, I figured I was.
You're on the right. Yeah.
Mr. Stairs, take the elevator.
First Chronicles chapter 5, and let's start at verse 1. Who got that?
I'll take it.
Go ahead.
First Chronicles chapter 5 from the top. Now the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, for he was the firstborn, but for as much as he defiled his father's bed, his birthright was given unto the sons of Joseph.
The sons of who?
The sons of Joseph.
Who did the birthright go to?
The sons of Joseph.
Who are the sons of Joseph?
Manasseh and Ephraim.
Ephraim and Manasseh.
Yes.
The birthright went to who?
Ephraim and Manasseh.
The sons of Joseph.
The sons of Joseph. Go ahead.
The son is Israel, and the genealogy is not
Given to the sons of Joseph, the son of Israel, right?
huh.
Go ahead.
And
And-
the genealogy is not to be reckoned after the birthright.
The genealogy not to be reckoned up to the birthright. Now, what is the birthright?
The cat, the priest and the kingship.
And the kingship.
Uh,
Did the sons of Joseph get the priest and the kingship?
No,
Where did the king and the priestship go to?
it was
Judah,
Judah
Judah.
and Levi.
Okay, so what exactly then did the sons of Joseph receive then exactly? It says right here, the birthright went to the sons of
Right,
Joseph.
right.
If they didn't get the actual birthright of the king and the priest, and we know who we went to,
Right.
what then did they actually get?
The tribe after
The tribe. They became two tribes,
Yeah, they came to tribe. Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Because the birthright is a what? A double portion.
Yes.
They became two tribes.
Kingship and priestship.
This is the difference between these mixed children and any other outside mixed children.
wow. Boy, I didn't see that.
This is the difference.
So it went to the last of the children.
This is the difference between them. So that means the Most High then would have to then take that mixed blood and clean it up.
Right, I knew that was coming. He don't deal with this blood.
And plus Ephraim is many nations.
That's what I'm saying. He had to at some point clean it up for them to be incorporated into the nation of Israel.
Yes.
Because remember, the mixed child of Abraham, he sent her away, right?
Yes.
Of Hagar,
Yes.
sent her away. And also the mixed children that he had with Keturah,
Ishmael.
same thing, sent them away.
Yes.
So you would think, well, they were Ephraim and Manasseh, the mixed children of the Egyptian woman. But no, because of what Reuben did, sparks this domino effect that end up these two sons being incorporated into Israel.
Would that be an adoption?
What you mean?
Would they be?
Yes, that's an adoption, but by the Most High.
Definitely.
Again, there's another layer here that I haven't got to yet. The Spirit is telling me you are missing a layer. I see it. There's a layer here that you just brought up. There's an adoption process here for something that incorporates into the nation bloodline that I need to find. I see it is here now. It's telling me it's here somewhere.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And probably with the clearing of the blood.
Yeah, it's something to do with the clearing of the blood and how he does it. I know there's a process of a third to fourth generation process.
Right.
I think there's another step though that I think I'm not seeing or I've not gotten yet, but I know it's there.
Yeah.
It's there.
Sound like it.
Yeah.
You can't see it.
You
with
can't,
it.
yeah, but when reading it tell you it is there. There is something there. Like how would they become actually two tribes? You know what I'm saying? Because we see later on that one of the tribes resort back to be called Joseph tribes in Revelation chapter 7. And then I think Ephraim stayed. I think Manasseh is going to turn back.
I think I know what it is.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's here somewhere, but it's there. You know what I'm saying? You have to answer the whole. See, it could be right there too as well. I'm telling you, that's why it's important that we get more into that. That might be where it is, and we just don't see it yet. We just don't see it yet, but we know it's there because this verse tells us it's there somewhere.
Okay.
Go ahead, Tony.
And then Levi and
But then when the Most High took Levi, that would leave how many tribes?
11.
That would leave 11.
Right.
But you gotta have 12.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Okay.
Right or wrong?
Right.
Remember, Levi was not
Right.
counted among
Right.
Spiritually.
anymore,
Yeah, and they didn't have no land. Out
and they didn't have no land either.
Right.
So you would have 11.
Right.
That's another reason why you would have to have
Oh,
that in there.
yeah,
Right.
12, right. Gotcha.
For you to have 12.
Yeah.
But it's the process, the complete process is what I don't see it. I know it's there, but I don't see. I know this is the level. I told you missed one step. This is the
Right.
step.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
From this step, then it split into Levi
Right.
and Judah.
Right.
But the other step that's missing is how they incorporate them into being the nation from the bloodline because of the
My mind
mix.
is going.
Yeah.
And where do Simeon stand on the side of, it being Levi because they on the same island. Like, do they all?
That's what I'm saying. They making stuff up, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, just one with the chart?
On the line, no, he's
Yeah,
put
yeah,
the chart.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
Supposed to be Simeon and then, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Come on, man.
Come on. What about a cake not turned?
That's right. I've never seen a person like that. Have you? They black on the back and light on the front. Have you ever seen that?
Oh,
That's the cake not turned. A
Two-tone.
pancake, when you don't turn it, the bottom is going to be darker than the top, right?
Yeah.
Because you didn't turn it, so it's not turned, and the top is lighter.
Right.
They say Ephraim is a cake, pancake, not turned. So he's black in the back, and he's light in the front. What Ephraimite is that? I know Ephraimite is black in the back and light in the front. Where is that at? Can you ever see someone like that?
It's not like
Jennifer Lopez.
That's not like
Cake on turret, something like.
Yeah, if it's not turned, then the bottom is black because it's on the grill.
But that don't make no sense
Yeah,
because,
right.
because if you don't put a cake in there, let's just say the cake has got to be black all the way through.
Well, first of all, a cake, you don't turn a cake.
Right.
It just bakes up to what it is.
Right.
So if it's not turned, it's got to be a pancake.
Right.
Because you turn a pancake.
Right.
Be accurately not turned.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Come.
So again, the bottom will be darker. Am I right or wrong? Am I saying this correctly? The will be both darker and the top will be lighter.
Right, because it hasn't been turned.
Right.
And it's not even cooked.
And even there you listen to that. Even worse. It's not even it's raw.
That's like, they just try to make the Blackfoot Indian sound like that.
I've not seen no one like that.
What they're trying to say is that, you got the black Ephraimites and you got the light Ephraimites, you got the light skinned Ephraimites.
If he's a cake not turned, then that means all of them is going to be dark on one end and light on the other end.
Stop.
Nobody comes like that.
No one comes like
Now stop. Them brothers.
that. It don't make no sense.
No, the thing is, you brothers need to knock it off. Just tell them Julios, man, y'all not Israelites. Get on out of here.
Right. So so accurately, then, if it ain't saying that, then what does it mean to say that they're a cake not turned? What's a cake not turned mean then?
Not complete.
It's not finished. He's saying that Ephraim isn't finished. Right? If a cake not turned, it's not finished yet because your top is raw. That's what he's saying. Your top is raw. You gotta cook your top. That's the nation. That's the entire nation.
Oh, I have an answer for that, the pancake thing you were talking about.
Yes, sir.
Virilago.
But a lot of the disease.
Well, still, there's your answer.
But it's not black on one side.
Wait a minute. And what you saying? You shoot in the black part going to turn white in a minute.
There we go.
But a pancake don't down to a pancake. Hey man, listen. If your pancake turned on the black side, turn back raw again, it's time for you to leave. It's time to go out the house, leave.
Right.
That spurs us ghosting or something. Yes, sir.
That do mean something like, wait a minute, if it's a cake that's not finishly cooked, it don't just stop right there. You're looking like, what is that about?
Right. Cake not turned, meaning that you're undone.
Yeah.
I gotta flip you over to finish you up.
Yeah, that ain't how Israel normally comes.
Yeah. That's what that's saying. That is saying that Ephraim isn't done yet.
So what that scripture really supposed to be saying? Ephraim is a cake on turn.
Ephraim is not finished. He's not done yet.
Okay.
Ephraim is a cake not turned, meaning Ephraim is not done yet.
Right.
Either he's not done away with yet, right? Or he's not finished, or God ain't finished with him yet. Spiritually. I still got things to do. I still got to work on him. You know what I'm saying?
I still got to clean his bloodline.
I still got to clean his bloodline up. Right. I still got to turn him over.
Feet match that skin.
Yeah,
like
all of that.
Brothers.
All of that.
Time to mix back with it.
But it sure doesn't mean that they're Puerto Rican. They sure don't mean that. No, get that out of here.
Vanessa is not A. Watkins or Walker.
Hey, but listen, it only targets one of them. It only targets Ephraim. What about Manasseh? They brothers.
Even if Ephraim says there's many nations, I can't pinpoint to one person,
right?
No nation. You really don't know, like.
That's why I always
they can address
okay, what about why Ephraim not a cake on turn?
Me, Manasseh and the cake.
Manasseh's got a cake.
Con,
turn,
right.
But Ephraim,
Right.
To forget.
They would be the same color.
right.
They made.
Right.
And
I
then-
forgot the.
You gotta turn him too.
But then they got,
I forgot to finish cooking them.
then their favorite scripture is when they said that, Judah filled the bowl with Ephraim or something like that.
I'm not familiar with that.
This is scripture they be using, to fill the bowl, Ephraim, Judah filled the
We
bowl,
supposed to merge together at the end and be one.
will become a bow and arrow or something. There's a scripture in there.
I'll have to look up the search and see then.
Did Ephraim merge into being Judah eventually?
No.
Never happened.
There's something, it said, because that's their favorite scripture, Ephraim and Judah gonna be together. But it's gonna be like a bow, Ephraim's gonna be the bow and arrow, and Judah is gonna shoot it. It's in there,
Got something.
because Zabak and them always use that scripture.
That sound like that sound like something in the prophets. Like in Isaiah, Jeremiah. That's what that sounds like to me. If there's anything like that, that's what it would have to be. We're gonna take a quick look and see, but I don't. Again, that's like something in the prophets.
But you know, they probably throw their own spin on it too.
You left me a message, brother. Text message.
No, it was Sir Smith. He said Shabbat Shalom. That is reply back.
What did he say?
He said,
That I just got the
he said, I think he said Shabbat Shalom family or something like that.
Shabbat Shalom, huh?
Yeah, he said Shabbat Shalom with family tonight.
Oh, okay.
He said,
Okay. Yeah, respond. You respond back to him.
Yeah, I said Shabbat Shalom, but that's it.
Okay.
Shabbat Shalom, huh?
No, tell him it's all good, man. Tell him we understand, brother.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Yeah, man. I don't see anything in along those lines. You know what I'm saying? You have to go back to the video. About it. Yeah.
Let me see. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, we're just getting a notification now. We should have been got that. Anyway, let's go back, man. So let's finish up this video right quick so we can try to get in.
Okay.
We can get into this lesson right quick. And the video is about to be finished. A minute or so left.
Because the triune God has just that.
To the Hebrew Israelites, is your preaching and practice apostolic? Do you follow the model we see in Acts 15:12?
Yes. Yes, it's apostolic. We follow with the apostles' teaching, and it's according to what is written in Acts chapter 15. Yes.
And all the assembly fell silent, and they listened to Barnabas and Paul as they related what signs and wonders God had done through them among the Gentiles.
Among, not two, among. Who's among the Gentiles? Israelites. He did the signs among them, the people who lived among them.
The frequent ethnic hierarchy, bigotry, and lack of gospel focus of most of your sects indicates that the answer is no.
That is a lie. There is a hierarchy. Stop it. Can we read it? We can stop this foolishness. We're gonna read it in the New Testament. For real.
He's been off since he started.
For real. We get the book of Romans. The 3rd chapter. Chapter 3, starting at verse 1.
Romans chapter 3.
Yeah.
Starting at verse 1.
It's Romans chapter 3 from the top.
Yes, sir.
What advantage then have the Jews?
That's a question. Because according to him, they don't have an advantage, right? There's no hierarchy. So what advantage does the Jew have then? Go ahead.
Or what profit is there of circumcision?
It's two questions. The first one, the advantage what's the advantage that the Jew have? Second question is, what profit is of circumcision? Two questions he posed in the beginning of the chapter. Go ahead.
Two, much every way, chiefly.
Now he's answering the first question. The first question is that, right? What advantage do they have Jew? So he answered it in verse 2. He says they have an advantage in every way, much every way, but I'm going to give you the highest way they have an advantage.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Because that unto them were committed the oracles of God.
That's the highest way they have the advantage, because we was committed the sayings, the utterances of God. That's what it means right there about the oracles. God gave us his utterances to us. That's why we have an advantage. Much every way, but chiefly the highest way, because God gave you his utterances, his oracles. That answers the first question. So there is a hierarchy, because we're given God's oracle, God's speeches or utterances, right? So we clear. I just want to just riff that. We could drift the other questions later.
Still dealing with Judah too. I mean,
so there is an advantage.
That's still dealing with Yahweh Shine too.
Yeah. But let's read verse 3.
Okay. Romans chapter 3, verse 3. For what if some did not believe?
What if some did not believe that Israelites have the advantage because it was given the oracles of God? What if some did not believe? Go ahead.
Shall their unbelief make the faith of God without effect?
Because they didn't believe of the hierarchy that Israel is on top. Does it make it not true? Because they don't believe it? One more verse, go ahead.
Verse 4. God forbid.
Go ahead.
Ye, let God be true.
Let God be true.
But every man a liar.
Every man that's in there isn't a hierarchy or an advantage for the Jews. He's a liar. Lying. Go ahead.
As it is written, that thou mightest be justified in thy saying, and mightest overcome when thou art judged.
All right, let's go. Yes, sir. This is what I was talking about. Zechariah 19? Yeah. Zechariah chapter 13? Yeah. Can we get that?
He just answered vocab right back.
Just answer it right quick. There is an advantage. There is a hierarchy. Zechariah chapter 13. Where is it?
Chapter 9, verse 13.
Chapter 9, verse 13. Okay. Like 13 to 17. What is it?
Nah, it's just
chapter 13. You mean verse 13?
Yeah, well, he can read. Yeah, just 13. Well, you know what? It looks like it starts from the whole.
What we at Zechariah what?
Chapter 9, verse 13.
Okay.
Because it says, when I have bent Judah for me, fill the bowl with Ephraim, and raise up our sons. Yeah, but that's the scripture they use.
So it doesn't make no sense. Who has that? Can we read it? Zechariah chapter 13, chapter 9, verse
13.
Zechariah chapter 9, verse 13 is where we are.
Yeah, I have it.
Hold on, man. Let me see what I have in my notes. These guys right here are notorious for butchering the text.
He said notorious. Notorious text butchers.
All right, who got that?
I got it. Read from the book of Zechariah chapter 9, verse 13. It reads, when I have bent Judah for me, filled the bows with Ephraim, and raised up thy sons, O Zion, against thy sons, O Greece, and made thee as the sword of a mighty man.
So this verse is supposed to say that what?
I don't know.
When I have bent Judah for me, fill the bowl with Ephraim. So if I bend Judah, meaning I'm bending him as the bowl, but he's gonna fill Ephraim, fill the bowl with Ephraim.
So that'd be like the arrow on this, right?
Ephraim's gonna be the arrow.
Okay. And raise up thy sons, O Zion.
Against thy sons,
of old Greece and made thee a sword of a mighty man.
Okay. So they saying that what are they saying it's supposed to mean?
Supposed to be rising up, you know, that Ephraim is going to become an arrow, and then Judah like a bow. We're supposed to be going up against the Grecians or something like that. But that's the scripture they like to use.
That they're going to be together?
Yeah.
I mean,
on that one island. Oh, okay, on the island. They say that the Dominicans and
but Judah isn't on that island, according to them.
oh, so that's it. Can't even be that.
Judah's not on the island of them, according to them. Judah was in West Africa and came over here and conquered slaves. So they're in North America.
Right.
It's other tribes that's scattered into them other islands. Right. Benjamin is in Jamaica. Naphtali somewhere in Belize, and Issachar is in Mexico.
I don't know how all Judas in North Carolina.
This is what I'm saying. I don't hear him saying Judah. I don't hear him saying Judah is where Ephraim is on that island. I haven't heard him say that. I don't know if they're saying that now, but I haven't heard him say that. They say Judah is the Negroes. Is that what they say?
Right.
That would be North America.
Right.
Yeah.
Or scattered or whatever.
Yeah. Or like,
there wouldn't be an island in Hispaniola.
Right.
Not there. So this doesn't fit there. If they saying that, I don't go together.
That's the God's favorite scripture.
Listen, hey, call your boy Izar. Talk to him, man. Tell him can you explain this verse right here? I'll tell him looking up Zechariah 9:13. Can you explain what that verse is saying for me out?
Agree with that shalom.
Yeah, don't forget. Don't say shalom. You're gonna be in trouble.
Shalom,
you mean shalom.
He's gonna tell you don't call him no more.
That's what he gonna say.
It's gonna be like that movie, that dark movie.
God.
Yeah,
Don't make it up as you go. Make it up as you go.
That dude's just butchering the scriptures. Thank you, you know something.
If that verse says that Judah and Ephraim is going to be together, then they should be together on that island. And we don't see that. All right, let's finish this video off.
You do not follow the apostolic biblical model. Final word regarding signs from 1 Corinthians 1, 22 to 24.
We get that first in chapter 1, verse 22 to 24.
1 Corinthians?
Yeah. Chapter 1, verse 22 to 24. Because we want to make sure that he ain't like them brother butchering the Bible.
Right.
You have to fact check these guys, man. If they pull a scripture, we got to go read it for ourselves. Because they will mislead you.
You said chapter 1, verse what again? Oh,
verse 22 to, I think he said 23.
Okay.
Let's read what this says right
here.
Oh, yeah.
That's just,
all right, who got that?
I'll take it. Reading from the book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 1, verse 22, and it reads, "For the Jews require a sign."
But of course. The Israelites require a sign. Go ahead.
And the Greeks seek after wisdom.
And okay, so that is clear.
Right.
So is he saying that we didn't need a sign? Is he? That's back to that. According to this verse, the Jews require a sign.
Yes.
But the situation is, why do they require a sign? Becomes the situation. You just can't go tell us black people. You can't just tell us anything. We want some proof of what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. For real.
Maybe you a Greek and you just believe what someone tell you.
Right.
We don't want to go that way. We're like, no, sir. We need some evidence.
Yes.
You who? Who you say you are? The Messiah? Prove it. Now a Greek might be like, yeah, I believe you're the Messiah. I don't need no sign. No, not us. No, sir.
Because even his relative, John, like, whoa, wait a minute now.
Some ain't lining up. Some ain't lining up right quick. Are you he, or we wait for somebody else?
We take it down the room and what's going on?
It ain't something. Yeah. I'm gonna go back to the video again. Let's see. We back up a little bit just to get some clarity what he's trying to say here.
Final word regarding signs from 1 Corinthians 1, 22 to 24.
22 through 24 regarding signs. Okay, we get the first part. The Jew require a sign. Okay.
For Jews demand signs and Greeks seek wisdom. But we preach Christ crucified, a stumbling block to Jews and folly to Gentiles. But to those who are called, both Jews and Greeks, Christ, the power of God and the wisdom of God. Israel Hill is important historically, but not as important as Calvary Hill. Which one do you get your identity from? I implore you, stop seeking signs and start seeking Jesus.
Get out of here with this nonsense, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hey, this guy right here. Stop seeking signs. What is wrong with you?
Ask for a sign.
Jesus Christ tells you that you just see the Son of Man coming in heaven. It was there's going to be a sign. Is it this month? Yes, it's this month.
Oh, yeah.
And eclipse, right?
That's what the eclipse is about?
Oh, yeah.
When?
On the 20, it's on the 24th.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
24th. Okay. Do we know a time or no? We don't know what time it is. Huh?
Yeah, this guy did a video on it. But the situation, he says that where it crosses, that it crosses this particular city that has a name that goes back to who? Israelites.
Wow. Okay.
He did the history on it.
Mm.
It's the day after our Passover, right?
It's the 24th, I think you said.
So you know this month, not next month, right? This month.
Huh?
This month or that next month? Next month. This is March. The eclipse.
I gotta look at the video again to be sure. Yeah, I think it's next month because it's like 4/24, something like that.
But that's like Passover.
That's what I'm saying. I got the video to be sure that it's 4/24, not
Okay,
3/24. Anyway, that's the end of this. So we debunked the debunked video. We said it was a fade out.
If you work it,
Got his nerves. Stop it, bro. All right.
That's fire.
So we do, yeah. You ain't debunked nothing. You ain't debunked nobody. All right. Clearly, you ain't debunked nobody. All right. What time we got? 5. What, man? I wanted to play the. I want to play the video of the author of this book, man. But this guy is breaking it down, man.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to play this video, man. It's a little long though, but
okay.
I gotta play it though, man, so people can understand
How long is this
what
video?
actually happened in. It's about 45 minutes.
Okay.
But I'm saying, but what he's saying, you need to hear what this man is saying, bro. It's a good information. He's telling us. He give you a picture of what's happening in the 1800s. Open it.
And gave them.
Let me share it.
I should say, yeah, the everyone is C-SPAN.
Yeah. You can see, yeah, see C-SPAN 2. This is old stuff. He's gonna tell you the date on it too as well.
Okay.
Again, if you need me to stop it when he says something, you miss what he's saying, I can do that as well.
Okay, no problem.
He dropping Jews when he's talking though.
Land. Patrick Ely tells the story of the Virginia community they formed in his book, Israel on the Appomattox. This talk from the Southern Festival of Books is 50 minutes.
So empty it is in there? There's about 2, 3 black people here, and all the rest in the front. 1, 2, 3. There's a couple more in the back, but you go empty it. Look at that. The front row empty. This is from Let's Sit Dead Up Here. 04.
Okay.
This is from
So
04.
what, the blacks, they want to hear the message?
Man, none of them want to hear this. Do the same thing. I'm sure these people promoted this thing because they have a whole hall they rented out that was got presented.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm sure they promoted it enough. And this is all the feedback that they got.
Good morning. My name is Herbert Lester, and I'm your host for this session. I'd like to welcome you to the Southern Festival of Books and this particular section with Dr. Melvin Patrick Ely and his intriguing book, Israel on the Appomattox, a Southern experiment in Black freedom from the 1790s through the Civil War. Dr. Ely will be signing books at the signing colonnade.
This guy is wait a minute. He's a pastor. You would think he'd have his own people in there to fill the place up.
After the session, and books by him are on sale in the signing colonnade sales area. As a housekeeping matter, I need your help. We'll need to end our session and clear this room at least 5 minutes before our scheduled end so that the session to follow us can start on time. I'd also like to take this opportunity to encourage you to support the Southern Festival of Books with a donation. Thanks in part to individual, corporate, and foundation donations, we're able to present it free to the public, but the Southern Festival of Books costs about $25 per person to produce. Hope you will donate what you can to help continue the tradition of a free festival, and let us know that you are glad to see it here in Memphis and want to see it return in the future. Drop your donations in the bucket as you leave, or stop by the Humanities Tennessee booth in the middle of the plaza and join the Friends of the Festival with a donation of $35 or more. And let me thank you again for being with us. It's now my tremendous pleasure and privilege to introduce to you the author of Israel on the Appomattox, Dr. Melvin Patrick Ely. Biographically, Dr. Ely is a native of Richmond, Virginia, and since 1995 has been professor of history and Black studies at the College of William and Mary. He's the author of The Adventures of Amos and Andy, a social history of an American phenomenon also. Mr. Ely took his AB.
That's Mr. Ely right there.
Okay. EMA and PhD degrees at Princeton University with additional studies at Hebrew University of Jerusalem and the University of Texas. He has taught in public high schools in Virginia and Massachusetts and at the University of Virginia, Yale University, and Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Melvin Patrick Ely to the Southern Festival of Books and this session.
Thank you for coming today. It's a pleasure to talk to you about a settlement of African Americans in slaveholding Virginia who were free 50 years before the Civil War and who lived in a community called Israel Hill, hence the title of the book, Israel on the Appomattox, because Israel Hill overlooks, in fact, the Appomattox River. It is about a day's march from Appomattox Courthouse, where the Civil War, for practical purposes, ended. I first came upon the fact of Israel Hill in an odd way, thumbing through an old 7th grade history textbook. I found one sentence that noted that a planter in Virginia named Richard Randolph had left a will in the 1790s calling for his slaves to be freed and granting them part of his plantation, which they could then use as land of their own on which they would build lives as independent people.
A 7th grade book sparked in that said that this man freed his slave. A 7th grade book. I guarantee you would find no such thing today as 7th grade books.
I've never read that before ever. I never read about this book.
I'm telling you, it shows you at this time.
Yeah.
In the 80s and 90s, they was dropping gems in these 7th grade classrooms for 7th graders. They just not was paying attention. Yes, sir.
They said they're getting ready to rewrite all that, like, especially in those grades, so they don't want people to know about it.
Yeah.
No, but you know what they do is they every 10 years they rewrite the books. Every 10 years they write the books. So there you go. They update the books.
Well, we call it a downgrade. They're gonna downgrade it now. But they gonna
That's
do
what they
it.
call it. It's called update the books. What they'll do is they'll probably add in, like, let's say, like, you know, like something that happened in the last 10 years, but then they won't, like, and they're like,
But nothing really relevant that you need to know.
Right.
See, back then, that kind of stuff right there was relevant. You need to know that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Wow. It's for a 7th grader though.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That struck me as an unusual thing that I'd like to look into someday. Years later, I went to the Virginia Historical Society and began looking into this settlement called Israel Hill. And the first document I saw was a published reproduction of Richard Randolph's will, which turned out to be a 3 or 4 page diatribe against slavery, which Randolph called a monstrous tyranny. I humbly beg forgiveness, he wrote, from those whom he had held in captivity. And indeed, he called for them to go free and to receive land. The same morning I discovered Randolph's will, or first encountered it, I also was shown an article written by a white neighbor of Israel Hill a generation and a half later in 1836, a man named James Madison, not the former president, who said that Israel Hill, this community of freed African Americans, had become a nest of idlers, thieves, and harlots, as he said, that the community had deteriorated terribly. And yet I saw, again, that same morning in the Historical Society, a reminiscence from a white man, also a neighbor of Israel Hill, who remembered it as a successful place, a thriving place, which produced, as he said, many good free Negroes.
Right, so you have two conflicting reports right there. One person said it was degenerate, one still playing no, it was prosperous.
Right.
Well, after 2 hours research, I was already hooked because I could see that there was a complicated story here, a controversial story, a contested story, and I wanted to know how the story actually came out. Was this community a success, a failure? Was it something in between? I wanted to know. I guess I had always been interested in the complexities and the subtleties that underlie racial relations in American life. It started probably in childhood, growing up during the civil rights movement in Richmond, Virginia, and being surrounded by white people who were put off by or opposed to the civil rights movement, yet finding surprising pockets of sympathy, even active sympathy on the part of some whites. So it was already a complicated story about race in the South for me by the time I was 12 years old. My earlier book, The Adventures of Amos and Andy, was a book about the question of how two white directors, former directors of blackface minstrel shows, could create a radio series that 40 million people a night would listen to, black and white, a series so full of subtleties, so rich that it attracted audiences ranging from ultra racists all the way over to civil rights crusaders such as Eleanor Roosevelt. That's a story I try to tell in my earlier book. The current book, Israel on the Appomattox, is the next, and I hope the biggest step in probing the subtleties and the complexities that I think underlie what we often consider to be a simple, if horrible, story about racial exploitation in the South. Let me start talking a little bit about Richard Randolph, the man who, in a sense, launched the experiment that I write about. Randolph died at the age of 26, and in that short lifetime, he did at least two things that were notable. The first is that 3 years before he died, 4 years, he was accused of having gotten his sister-in-law pregnant and helping her either abort the fetus or to actually murder the newborn child and hide the body. He was never formally indicted for this, much less convicted, but he became the subject of probably the biggest scandal in Virginia in the late 1700s. The other thing Randolph did was the act around which my book begins, and that is that he wrote this will calling for his slaves to go free. Randolph was not the only white person in Virginia in the 1780s and 90s who thought that slavery was morally wrong. Randolph's cousin, Thomas Jefferson, thought that much. But very, very few believed that there was a practical way actually to emancipate slaves. And even fewer believed that if you did emancipate them, that there was any way that free black and free white people could live side by side in peace in the same society. The idea was even if you freed slaves, you would have to then expatriate the African Americans someplace, to Africa west of the Mississippi, someplace other than, let's say, Virginia. Richard Randolph thought differently. He believed, as his stepfather, St. George Tucker, believed, that the races were equally endowed, not merely that Africans had the right to be free, but that they had the same endowments as whites. and that no deportation was going to be necessary. What Randolph did, after all, or called for, was a community of freed Black folk who would live and build new lives in the very neighborhood where they had been enslaved for half of their lives, next to plantations that were still worked by enslaved people who might be their own brothers and sisters and cousins. Now, to make a long story short, and it is a long story, 14 years passed before these slaves were set free. Most of them had been mortgaged by Randolph's father. You could mortgage a slave in the same way that you and I mortgage a house. And in order to pay off the mortgages and free these enslaved people, what Randolph's widow had to do was, in fact, to sell off one group of slaves in order to, as it were, ransom or redeem the others and set them free.
Now we understand why it took 14 years.
Yes. Wow. Yes.
You had to sell some to save some.
Right.
To sell some to free some.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Is it like after Israel supposed to be slaves for only like 7 years?
No. That was the Babylonian thing. That was 70 years. This is way different.
And that took 14 years. That and the fact that Judy Randolph was just used to having slaves around, and it was hard to make that break with slavery, but she did it in the end. And in 1810, she donated 350 acres of land to these freed people, and they set up a community called Israel Hill. I can only think that they chose the name Israel Hill because they were thinking of the exodus of the children of Israel from Egypt, enslavement, to the promised land.
So see, he giving you that's opinion.
Right.
He's saying the only reason why I think they would call it that. He never done and say, well, maybe these people are Israelites.
Right.
Why they call it that?
This 350 acres was their promised land, and they called it Israel Hill. Now, I should tell you that Israel Hill is about 2 miles from the town of Farmville in Prince Edward County, Virginia. That's South Central Virginia. Whose experiment was this? I subtitled the book, after all, A Southern Experiment in Black Freedom. Well, it was Randolph's experiment in the sense that it was his idea, but he was long dead before Israel Hill was actually created. And within 5 years of the settlement being founded, the Randolphs pretty much vanish from the.
About 5 years after, there was no more Randolph, they was gone.
Face of the earth. They're all either dead or mentally incompetent or removed from the county. So this very, very quickly becomes a story of a Black community which is no longer in touch with the white people who liberated them.
They were no longer in touch with the white people who liberated them. In 5 years, gone.
Very much a story of Black independent effort. What were these freed African Americans up against? This was a society where some people, Richard Randolph among them, Thomas Jefferson among them, did question the morality of slavery. But the basic idea was that prevailed in Virginia society in the early 19th century, that slavery was the proper condition for people of African descent. There were free Afro-American people who had been born to white mothers or who had purchased their freedom or who had been emancipated by their masters.
Yeah, that they were free Black people, bought their slavery or their masters, let them go. This isn't just an isolated thing.
Right.
It's happening all over.
Right.
And the idea here, the prevailing idea, was that these people must not be equal citizens. They must be second or third class citizens who cannot vote, who cannot serve on juries, cannot testify against a white defendant in a court of law, have to carry free papers on them at all times, and at times even had to pay a special tax that was not assessed against white people. This was a society in which there were pro-slavery propagandists who actually published articles like the one I quoted from earlier, claiming that such free Black communities as there were abject failures. After all, if African Americans could live and thrive as free people making their own way in life, then the whole theory behind slavery was invalid. So white folk who wanted to defend slavery in the 1830s and again in the 1850s had to say that the community at Israel Hill had failed and degenerated, even though, as I demonstrate in the book, pretty much the opposite was the case.
Yeah, so they had to lie.
Right.
Now, given that background, what could free Blacks hope to accomplish? Well, free African Americans did have certain meaningful rights. First of all, they could buy, sell, and bequeath property to their children, and property includes land. Importantly, it includes land. There's a very impressive man among the early settlers of Israel Hill named Hercules White. He is one of the first 2 Randolph slaves to go free.
Hercules White is the one we saw on the sign. He's one of the first of his 2 slaves to go free, right? They don't mention who the other one is.
And he worked constantly, as far as I can tell. He did coopering, he did carpentry, he farmed, he hauled cargo, he plowed fields for others, he slaughtered hogs on white people's plantations, saved money, invested money, lent money out, and when he died in 1812, he was owed hundreds of dollars by white men and Black men alike.
He died in when? 1812. That sign, let me see what the sign says. Let me pull the sign up.
1836.
Let me switch to this. Can we see if the sign shown?
1836.
No, the sign isn't shown. I need to show the sign. Let me pull this up first. I'm gonna get back to the video. Let me get to this.
1936.
The sign itself. This is the sign.
Okay, so you got 18.
He died in 1812. He just got through saying, right? This says right here. It says the family of early settlers, Hercules White, bought and sold real estate in Farmville. It says and joined with white citizens to found the town's first Baptist church when?
1836.
But he just got through saying that this man died when? In 1812. He's not lining up.
Right.
At this time, he's dead. He's been dead.
24 years.
He been 24 years. He couldn't have been here to join us in 36.
Right.
He's dead in 12.
Right.
So I'm saying something is not something ain't lining up here. You know what I'm saying? Fact check it. The people is putting the sign up here. They're now putting everything. I don't know where they got this from. I think they got the name wrong. Because it wasn't Hercules White. It was one of his sons. It was 2 of his sons. The guy gonna tell you who was 2 of his sons.
Okay.
2 of his sons that did this church thing with these people. He gonna tell you.
Okay.
But it wasn't Hercules White, according to the guy the author of this book. All right, let me go back to the video. He gonna tell us.
Hercules White.
That's so crazy how they got these names, bro. But wait till the part when he tells you the names white people call their children. You're gonna be shocked and say, "Ain't no way."
It got something to do with biblical names?
No.
Sure ain't no Hercules.
Wait till you hear these names.
Other Blacks on Israel Hill and in the town of Farmville bought boats. There's a special type of boat called a bateau that was used on the Appomattox River. Fascinating vessel, 60 feet long and only 6 feet wide. It was crewed by a group of 3, a helmsman and 2 men with poles. What you would do is you would thrust the pole into the river bottom and then walk along a walkway from the bow of the boat to the stern and propel the boat upstream 50 feet at the time. A bateau could carry 5 to 7 tons of cargo.
What?
In 2 feet of water. It's an amazingly constructed vessel. Even in a pinch, 20 inches of water would float 5 to 7 tons of cargo between Farmville and Petersburg, Virginia, which is about 100 miles away, taking the river's curves into account.
Who's doing that today?
Right.
This is black people who made that boat.
Wow.
Tons of stuff they moving.
Wow. 2 feet of water?
2 feet of water?
What even possible?
Right, so it has to be able to like hold the weight above the water. For it not to
Right,
really go to the bottom.
right.
You know what I'm saying? And 5 to 7 tons, that's
Buoyancy is just messing my head up right now. Like, what?
genius, man.
That's the
Wow.
most high, bro. That's the
Yeah,
most high
yeah.
working with them.
Yeah.
Because wife would say, well, I'm gonna go to other people over here that's moving and say, listen, I can move all your stuff for
Right,
cheaper price
right,
on this boat. They're gonna say, no, you can't.
yeah,
Let me show you. And they looking like,
right, right.
help them to make a living. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. That's real commerce up there.
So blacks were doing that, running boats. The most prominent black family on Israel Hill, and this gets a little confusing, their last name was White. So when I talk about the Whites of Israel Hill, I'm talking about capital W, White. 3 members of the White family
Capital W White, not lowercase w.
Right,
These are black people.
right.
became active in buying and selling lots in the town of Farmville, 13 lots in the 1830s, 40s, and 50s, building buildings on some of them. Phil White of Israel Hill, for example, bought a lot, built
Phil White, he's a son of Hercules White. It's Phil White.
a building on it and quickly resold it at a 500% profit. These were very, very resourceful people.
Bought the land, built the building, and sold it at a profit. Come on, man. Black people now. This is the son of a slave.
Right.
How does he know all this business stuff?
Yeah.
He knows about him going to no white school.
Right.
How did he learn all this business? Come on, man.
People. Another important right that free blacks had in Old Virginia and in some other places was the right to file a civil suit. And that includes civil suits against white people. So when a white person would owe a black person a debt and not pay back, the black could go to court and sue and not seldom win the case. More importantly, if a white person committed some kind of aggression against a free black, the African American could go to court and sue. I'll give 2 examples. There's a fellow named Syphax Brown who had been the personal servant of Richard Randolph. And our stereotype of house servants is that they were docile, that they were dependent upon the master, that they were not assertive. But what happened with Syphax Brown is shortly after he was liberated, he was keeping a herd of hogs. His hogs wandered onto the land of a white neighbor who shot them. What did Syphax Brown do? He didn't run to his ex-mistress and ask for intervention. He went to court and sued the white man successfully and got a judgment of $13.33. Doesn't sound like much to you or me, but it's enough to buy a dozen hogs.
I'm saying, he's giving you a picture. Today we talk about a house Negro, a house nigga.
Yeah, right.
He's saying this house dude right here wasn't dependent on his master like we've been painting this picture.
Right.
He's saying this guy was independent. After his master died, he was able to go on his own and do his thing and sue white people for killing his hogs.
Right.
I'm listening. I'm like, this is crazy because all I'm on my mind when I hear house Negro, I'm like, kissing up to the master all day long. He telling me no.
Wow.
They're painting you the wrong picture of these guys that was in there. All of them wasn't. I didn't know them wasn't like that, but all of them wasn't like that. What they're trying to tell us today. Yeah, it wasn't all like that.
In that day and time. There's another free black man, not of Israel Hill, named Thomas Bowman, a laborer, sometime ditch digger, who at one point was fired by his white employer who refused to pay his wages. Thomas Bowman went to court, sued for the back wages, and won. Later, the same Thomas Bowman sued another white man for assault, and he won that suit. So these are people who are assertive, they're defending their rights, and they find that the system, at least some of the time, is willing to back them up. What I ended up concluding is that racially speaking, when it came to free people.
Look at the room. It's empty, bro. It's crazy.
in old Prince Edward County. This was not a society of equality by a long, long, long shot, but it was a society largely of live and let live and then some. But what do I mean by and then some? Perhaps the most interesting thing that I found was the list that I was able to compile of things that free Black and white people did together. And most anything you can imagine people doing together, other than outside the political realm, outside the jury box, Black and white people did together in old Virginia. They conducted business together. Even the pro-slavery propagandist Madison, who condemned Israel Hill, actually entered into a partnership with a young man from Israel Hill running boats up and down the river.
The same man I'm talking bad about Israel Hill got into a business with a man from Israel Hill to move his product down the hill. Showing how these people are. Talk about you, but they still need you.
I've already said that Blacks and whites sued each other. I found Blacks and whites, free Blacks and whites working side by side, at least sometimes for equal wages, as in the wheat harvest, which happened every summer in Prince Edward County. The First Baptist Congregation in Farmville, Virginia, founded in 1836, was founded jointly by.
It was found jointly by, what he said?
Free Blacks of Israel Hill and white people.
See, he says free Blacks of Israel Hill and people of the county. When he said that, you're thinking it's like the whole community in Israel Hill. But watch what he said.
And if you look in the church records, you will find that
in the church records, you will find
first two members to join that church were Sam and Phil White of Israel.
The first two members is Sam and Phil White. Those are the first members of the church, right? That's what he says. Then he says this.
Israel Hill, who were quickly joined by 22 or 23 white people.
They joined them. Right. They were quickly joined by 22 other white people from Israel Hill. So the original idea came from these two Black men of Israel Hill.
Right.
And then 22 outsiders, white people, joined them. That's what it was. So the original idea came from Black people. It wasn't that whites and Blacks came together with an idea. No, start with two Black people. And then it was joined by 22 people. Right?
I found one instance in which a newly freed Black family and a neighboring white family each hitched up their wagon and moved together from Prince Edward County west to Kentucky and settled in the same town. And most interestingly, I found instances where men of color and white women settled down as husband and wife. Now, this is not something that I discovered that had never been heard of before. Other historians have documented this. But I found a couple of pretty interesting cases. There is a man named James Dungy, a man of color, who in the late 1700s took out an official marriage bond with the permission of his prospective wife's father, married her, settled down on a farm next to that of his father-in-law. The only unusual thing about which is that James Dungy, again, was a man of color, and his wife and his father-in-law were white. Now, there came a time when it was not legal to marry somebody of another color, but you still find life partnerships of de facto man and wife, which exist, as I say, over a period of time. They produce children, they raise families. Now, there are white people who don't buy this. There are white people who don't accept it. And the reason I know about these de facto couples is because a few white people complained to the county court.
White men are married their daughters to. Why would a white man marry his daughter to a Black man? In these times of slavery, where the majority of Blacks are enslaved, you have a few of them that are free. Why would a white man at this time marry his daughter to a free Black man?
This guy must be like a very good entrepreneur. This guy must really know what he's doing.
It would be for moral reason. This guy got integrity.
Yes, I'm gonna say that too.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He has integrity, right?
Yeah.
He's a strong Black man with not only integrity, but he has certain skills as well.
Yes.
This man he viewed this man better than a white man for his daughter.
Right. Right.
That's how he viewed it, to marry him off.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Am I right or wrong? It has to be
That's
that,
real, gotta
in,
be
in
that.
this time
Over
we
that.
living in,
On the real.
it has to be that way.
Yeah, because for some reason, like he was able to he was able to have property right next to him. So wasn't like he was just
Some broke dude, right?
He approved of the marriage, obviously.
Come.
Or somebody just fresh out of slavery, like, oh, man,
Right.
you know what I mean? He had
Yeah, so he approved to this person that his daughter was married.
And he said that white people want to go and complain to the county clerk about it.
Right, it wasn't the father, it was other people.
Right. The father agreed to it. That's the
Right.
problem.
Yeah. The father obviously agreed to it. So.
The county court then proceeded to do next to nothing about it. The couple stayed together, and in one or two cases, you can follow them all the way up to the Civil War, and they're still together, and their children are grown.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how was it possible for free blacks to achieve all that they did? How was it possible for whites and blacks to interact across the color line in the ways that they did, given the racist assumptions on which the society was founded?
Right.
Well, I have a negative explanation and a more positive one.
Okay, good.
The negative explanation has to do with numbers. I think that many, if not most white people, saw free blacks as a small enough group that they didn't constitute a threat. What are the numbers we're talking about? In the generation before the Civil War, 1 in 8 Afro-Virginians was a free person. Now that's a sizable enough group that we should care about how they lived. We should study how they lived, but it means that 7/8 of Black Virginians were still held in slavery. And that system of control that slavery constituted, I think, put a lot of white minds at ease about the 1 in 8 who were free. In Prince Edward County, of every 10 free people, 1 was Black. Again, a substantial group, but not a big enough one to constitute a threat in most people's minds most of the time. So
he said out of 1 of 10 freed people, 1 was Black. So that means you would have then 9 free people that was white. So you mean then you also, at that time, you also have some white people who was enslaved or some kind of debt or some kind, he said free. So it would kind of make seem like the 9 was in slavery.
Indentured service?
Wherever they was. But have you ever seen the picture in slavery where there was also white people in slavery too at the same time as Black people? This is what he said. I'm listening like, no. Is this real? He's telling you this is what he's finding in documentation. They're not telling you the entire yes, sir.
Don't Conway say something like that?
Who's Conway?
The dude supposed to be Native American. He said that they were.
Oh, he's talking about Callaway.
Callaway, yeah, he said that white people were enslaved.
Yes.
They slaved each other too.
He's telling us he's telling I didn't even look, but bro, I'm not even picturing that at all.
Right. You're not.
Who's picturing that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Them on Esau on the side of Jacob getting
Yeah, we're not picturing that.
Right.
brothers.
That's why something like some portion of so-called white brothers say like I don't know, like I think maybe I'm just give an example, like some Irish, whatever, like there's certain ones that actually looked upon to be more of a slave type of person, like those type of nationalities.
Yeah, I'm just saying it would seem logical to assume that there are certain white people who saw some white people as inferior to them, and they could be with the blacks as slaves.
Just like for example, they look at there's sometimes so-called white people that look at the Sicilians as lower class people.
Yes, until they call some of them white trash, killer trash. They would be considered the lower slavery.
Irish too.
Definitely. Yep. But you don't hear about these things at all. You know what I'm saying?
You don't really know, but you hear about them, yeah.
Oh, there's an ironic way in which the existence of slavery made possible some of the fluid relations between free blacks and whites that I talk about. But I said there's also a more positive explanation of why you have this racial fluidity. And it revolves around a concept that I call kindred cultures and clashing values. Now, when we talk about culture and values, the first thing that we need to talk about is the church. Churches were biracial in the Old South. Now, they were controlled by whites, governed by whites. The seating was segregated. Whites dominated decisions as to style of worship, but the churches were attended by people of both colors, including free people of color. I already talked about Farmville Baptist Church, and Baptists and other evangelical Christians believed, even if they didn't believe in racial equality in day-to-day life, white Christians believed that blacks had an equal chance at salvation. The spiritual gifts that an African or African American might possess were equal to those of whites. So that's one circumstance that actually partly drew people together across the color line.
I never heard that before. In the South, the church was biracial.
In the white.
Right. You look at some movie, you say like, it's like this so-called black people how they want it by themselves.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's good to me.
This is eye-opening stuff he's saying. It was separated in the church. I was saying there was a white side and a black side.
Right.
But you don't thought it was in the same building together.
Right. And plus, like, it make a lot of sense. Like, even if they were like, let's say if there was like one that was predominantly more black, but like the whites actually still would control what was
Right.
there.
Right. That's why I said earlier when them two black dudes
Right.
joined by 22 white people.
Right.
They dominated them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They started to look at them like, what are y'all doing here? 20 of us, 2 of y'all.
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't all people in Israel Hill, it was just 2 of them.
And that's why they probably want to call themselves like an Israelite church too, as well.
Right. That's why they call it a Baptist church, because they outvoted the 2.
Right.
He probably wanted to call it an Israelite thing, but they were like,
Right.
nah, we outvote you.
Right.
Y'all put this whole story together without me.
Right.
Now, another thing to realize is that most people in the Old South didn't belong to any church, white or black. And in fact,
you believe that too? Most people in the South didn't belong to no church. They didn't believe. Yeah, I mean, put that picture in your head.
Right.
This dude is dropping jewels, bro.
Most of the people in the church didn't believe in.
Most white people didn't belong to no church. None. I guess what I told you. When they came over here, they didn't come in here with that nonsense. With all that. They wasn't with all of that. Yes, sir.
Remember in Rosewood, they had the Freemasons, the whites, and the black Freemasons.
Right.
So,
Con.
more than a few were hostile to religion. One surprisingly popular pastime among young white men in Old Virginia and other places as well was actually to terrorize churchgoers. They would go during a church service and fire guns in the air. They would deface church buildings. They would physically threaten ministers, break up meetings of worshipers, and all of the perpetrators who terrorized worshipers were white.
One black.
Right. Think about that for a second.
Terrorizing. But listen, this was a thing of the young so-called white men that they did.
So if you're a white churchgoer in Prince Edward County in the 1830s, the person that you're most worried about, is that white sort of Bush League terrorist out there who's going to disrupt your church, the service that you were attending with black folk.
See what I'm saying? So like I said, a lot of white people knew the problem wasn't the black that's free. They're not gonna come kill me because of slavery. Even though the majority of people at the time is in slavery, they were more worried about these little terrorist white people are running around here messing with my church.
Yes.
So they said, even though we have the majority of their people in slavery, the free ones are saying, you know what, I'm gonna get you. He said, they're not saying that.
Right.
The free ones are like, listen, we're gonna live peacefully together with you. We can do business together and we operate. My mind isn't to get you.
Right.
You need to worry about your own. They ain't finna come get you.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? this is some eye opening. I'm like, how did I miss this in 2004, bro? Crazy.
You can see, you can go to see, like, it was done in a way where, like, that's why people didn't know about this.
He's painting a different picture that I've ever seen back then, bro, for the South. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Sometimes it to go back and listen to it, to hear it, something like
to really get it.
Yeah, because whatever you gotta understand, like, a lot of stuff that we do here, like, a lot of it's like propaganda too. So, like, we have to understand that, they want us to believe this stuff like the way it was, not necessarily how it was.
They're trying to control your thinking of certain things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
because how they not showing. Blacks had a bunch of slaves too, and a lot of whites was in slaves with us. Yeah, and I put in we was in church together.
Another set of values that free blacks and whites turn out to have in common is a work ethic. Now, we think in the Old South there was no work ethic because masters didn't have to work and slaves were forced to work without remuneration. But it turns out from the documents that the people who had the most prestige in Old Virginia were the people who were, and I'm quoting from a document, industrious and economical. If you knew how to make money, if you knew how to invest money, if you knew how to make something of yourself economically, you had social cachet, you had a certain amount of prestige. And some of these free black folk were very, very proficient at advancing themselves economically, and they were all business, believe me.
I believe that. I believe that too.
That's their value.
Yeah, I believe that.
This person know how to invest his money. How to. This was what Christ was saying about the people who he gave talents to. Mm-hmm. One of them buried it. The other two made four. Use your talents.
Yes.
These are the people in the county that see, because if you had this prestige, then there was little thing they can do to you. If you're a black man, you got prestige.
Yes.
They're like, dude, nah, he's valuable, man. You ain't finna go do nothing. We need him. You know what I'm saying? To build this house, build this church, build this road, move this cargo. Right. So it would be better for a black man to have that prestige. Mm-hmm. It'd be safer for you to have that prestige than to not have it.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because, like, think about, like, we don't know much about Frederick Douglass, but Frederick Douglass was pretty, like, pretty, like, well-known man in the government.
Definitely. Right.
So
he had some kind of resources, some kind of stuff that he did that made him valuable.
Yes.
In his community.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The family named White on Israel Hill, when their father and mother died without a will, what did they do? They went to the county court and said, please send a surveyor out, look at our parents' 50 acres and divide it up on a formal plat between the four of us. Well, that's all business.
Mm-hmm.
These are black people that did it. Mm-hmm. These are black people that did it. They went to the court and said, send out a surveyor, survey the land, split up between the four of us. Mm-hmm. Come on now.
Mm-hmm. It goes to show you, like, like how they thought as a family too. They were like,
right.
We're gonna do this.
They were smart.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna take more than whatever we're gonna do. Evenly.
Evenly, con. It put all that infighting.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. That right. It goes to show you how their parents raised them to be able to be like that.
Con.
Yeah.
All in it.
Con.
These were people who believed that good fences make good neighbors. And the business and church ties overlap. The whites and blacks who went to church together did business together.
Mm.
Right.
Don't that make sense?
That makes a whole lot of sense. That makes a whole lot of sense.
Because if anything go wrong with the business, you can say, well, brother, I thought you was a Christian.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It makes a whole lot of
sense.
It
makes more sense to do business with them than with a stranger.
Yeah, a stranger.
You got your return customer every
Yeah. Plus, you got to practice the same, like, biblical outview principles and all that stuff. Whatever, how you get up business, all that, whatever. You guys should be on the same page at least. You know what I mean?
But that's how it was in the Israelite community.
Yes.
Everybody knew each other, went to the same church, worshiped the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
What do I mean by clashing values? I mean that people of both races who were of good character worried a great deal about the people they considered to be moral riffraff. There are two neighboring families. The whites, a white family called Tuggle, and an African-American family, the whites of Israel Hill, who do all kinds of business together, get along with each other well. Who are the thorns in these people's sides? The Tuggles, the white family, have a cousin named Josiah who lives down the road, who goes off to Richmond for 6 weeks at the time, drinks, gambles, and is losing his plantation and leaving his wife impoverished. So when the Tuggles think, who's the moral blight on this neighborhood? They think, well, cousin Josiah is the guy we've got to worry about. Meanwhile, Sam White, an African-American of Israel Hill, is trying to kick off of his land a couple who are also Black, named Guy and Mealy Howard. He's known them all his life, but he says their bad behavior and utter worthlessness push them out of the pale of protection from the honest and industrious. So Sam White is trying to kick out the Howards because they're immoral and they're irresponsible. The Tuggles are trying to get hold of cousin Josiah because he's the same. The Tuggles and the Whites have, morally speaking, everything in common.
Wow. Now we're getting a real picture of how it actually was. People would put you off their property, out their place because you're immoral.
Right.
Not that you don't have the rent.
Right. Right.
Of how you living.
Right.
And he know them all his life, he said.
Right. And that goes back to the law. Yup. Keeping the law.
He said they didn't. He said they didn't have no. Listen, their value wasn't their paper.
Right.
Their value was their morals. He said they become valueless because of their integrity and morals. Yes. That's what's missing in this country.
Wow. Yes. Yes.
They rip down your morals and they're thinking that your value is some paper. Right. How much you worth? Right. Yeah. No, that's not it.
Now, I found other things that I'll not talk about at length, but even the dialect and the naming practices of whites and blacks in Old Virginia were more similar than we would think. A lot of white people knew just enough reading and writing to try to set pen to paper, but they didn't know how to spell. So they spell words just as they spoke them. And if you look at that evidence, you'll find hundreds and hundreds of instances where white people write things like perfect instead of perfect, secretary instead of secretary, all kinds of things that
they spell it the way they pronounced it, but it wasn't spelled that way.
Right.
It's what he says, hundreds and hundreds of you see this.
Right.
It wasn't spelling the word correctly.
Right. And I know it's a little bit off topic though, but I don't know if you heard, but you know that statue they did with Kobe and Bob Stone.
Oh yeah.
What?
Yes.
They gotta redo it again.
They gotta redo it again, man.
I think they did it on purpose though.
You think so?
I don't know, man. But that's not a good look though, man.
How you get that?
I don't know.
That's right. Like, you know, they gotta write it, gotta see it again before they. I think.
But someone had okay that before you put it on display. You have to.
You would think
we gonna redo it again.
Yeah. But it could be how you enunciate things too, because I heard it when he said secretary and secretary without the R. I heard it.
Right.
Yeah, because it's the way they speak, because of that little I guess accent they have. You know what I'm saying? Like the southern accent, they might draw some letter. You know.
No, but I'm saying they're supposed to be educated.
I know.
How you spelling the word wrong?
I know.
Is that, or either in the school they taught them to spell the word how it's pronounced?
Right. Yeah.
They said something about Lewis German who did Kobe.
I have no idea.
I think it's intentional. Money thing.
Something is going on with that.
Something going on with that.
But we associate with the way white people stereotype black speech. My point is that white and black people spoke very similarly. We have a stereotype that whites foisted ridiculous names on blacks in the Old South in order to belittle them. Mm-hmm. Of course, black folk were naming their own children by the 19th century. But the other point that I want to make is if you look at the names that white people bore in the Old South, that's where you find the really odd names. You find white men named Lavender, Grief, Linnaeus, Gulielmus, Lancelot, Massanello, Powhatan, Corsica. Don Carlos, Don Pedro, Augustus, Caesar, Achilles, women named Blizzard, Demarius, Messenia, Morning, Camelia, Marie Antoinette, Magdalene, Masura, Keturah, and even Jemima.
Jemima.
Jemima. Okay.
And a white girl.
White. Yeah.
Antoinette.
All these names they were naming their children.
Wow.
Jemima.
Your mama.
This is before black people were naming their children.
Right. Right.
Same way we stole that N word from.
This is eye-opening stuff, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You heard them names that he just run up just now? Lavender? Come on, man.
Right.
Blizzard?
Like Blanky, huh?
Darius. That's a guy's name.
That's what I'm saying.
No, Blanky is still overboard.
Lavender's overboard, bro.
Yeah.
This is wild stuff, bro. That's what I'm saying. They trying to make like black people. We got some names for our children. You hear these names back before that?
So where in a later era, whites would use names as a marker to set blacks apart. In the Old South, the culture was such that whites and blacks really shared a lot of these norms, including naming styles, including speaking styles. Okay. Now, I want to note that in my research for Israel on the Appomattox, I discovered things about slavery that I didn't fully appreciate. We all know the brutality of slavery, but if you really want to appreciate it, look at the coroner's inquest over the dead body of a slave named Robin in Prince Edward County. Robin was discovered to have been badly beaten, but the coroner's jury decided that he hadn't necessarily died because of the beating. Why? They testified, and I'm quoting, "We have seen slaves worse whipped than Robin had been, who are still alive." One said, "I have seen many slaves as badly whipped who are still alive." Well, what does that tell you about the frequency of severe whipping in the Old South? Slaves changed hands as gifts, as collateral for loans, as payment of gambling debts. In bankruptcy sales, I found one sale that lasted 2 days in which 120 black human beings were sold to pay their master's debts, most of them boys and girls. Two criminal prosecutions of slaves I'm gonna mention very briefly. One occurred when an enslaved man killed his overseer in 1825. The slave picked up a hoe and planted it 6 inches into the overseer's brain. Well, that seems like a pretty open and shut case, until you then look at the testimony and you see that the dead white man's sister and brother come before the court and testify on behalf of the slave and say that the white man provoked the confrontation and he basically had it coming.
What? Yes. His brother and sister said, "No, he had it coming."
Did I just hear that? Wow.
They came to court and said he had it coming.
And they didn't get hung. They made it out the court. Saying
No, he didn't get off. But I mean, it's shocking to hear that his brother and sister come to court and say, "Listen, he had it coming."
Wow. And I mean, and the brother and sister didn't get hung for saying that.
No, they white.
Yeah, I mean, you nigger lover, how you gonna go against the fam on some?
I'm saying white people know when their kind is going overboard with what they're doing, and when they die, they're like, "Man, that dude was bad, man. He deserved it." That reminds me of that movie with Samuel Jackson when that white man raped his daughter.
Yeah.
And they went to court.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And that big old thing. Even the whites in it was like, because he killed him. Samuel when they killed him.
Is that Rosewood?
No, it's in Rosewood. I forgot what it was called. Yeah.
The one with Matthew McConaughey was lawyer.
Yes,
yeah, it was But at the end, he got off.
Time to kill, wasn't it?
There was a time to. I think it was a time to kill. The white jury. The white jury let him off.
I actually never seen the movie.
You never, Good movie.
It's a good movie. It's
You ought to
a-
watch it. Good
Yeah,
movie.
you got it.
Good movie.
Of course, the slave is convicted anyway. You don't kill an overseer and get an acquittal in this society. Another case in 1861, a slave kills his master. But it quickly comes out in the trial that everybody in Prince Edward County knows that the master, a man named Richardson, is a notorious barbarian in the way he treats his slaves. He had beaten this particular enslaved man with a rod on numerous occasions. He had almost blinded him by gouging his eyes. He had pulled sound teeth out of the enslaved man's mouth as a punishment. He had shackled the man in irons and then beat him when the slave couldn't keep up with the other workers in the field. And you have white and black witnesses again and again testifying that Richardson had it coming, that the slave acted in self-defense. Now, the slave couldn't be acquitted, but the charge was knocked down to second-degree murder and his life was spared. The lesson here is, in the end, that slavery was utterly irredeemable morally, because it didn't matter in the end what the circumstances were of a particular confrontation. If you were a slave and you inflicted harm on a white person, you were going to pay for it. But the stories also show that there was moral ambivalence, a certain moral openness on the part of at least some white people. A moral openness, however, that the system completely frustrated in the end. This was a society where white supremacy did not depend on segregation. The idea of physical separation didn't occur to anybody. Slaves slept in the same room with masters and mistresses. Free blacks and whites lived in the same building. They worked side by side. There was one woman in the 50s named Betsy Lyle, who it turned out had a white mother and an enslaved father. But Betsy Lyle had been raised in her mother's household as a white girl, even though she was brown in color. She attended church with the white family, was treated as white, was counted in the census as white. And the only reason we know she wasn't white is because she had the misfortune to become pregnant out of wedlock. And when the county went to the father to demand child support, the father said, "I'm white, Betsy is colored. Under the law, she can't testify against me. You're not getting a penny out of me."
Come on, man. Wow. So we had a few years ago, not more than a few years ago, there was a woman who was passing as black, but she was actually white. She was the president of the NAA.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I know exactly the girl. Yeah, I
She
know
looked
her.
like she was black, right?
A little bit. It's the hairstyle. Those hairstyles probably the only thing that made it look like that.
But usually the braids, right?
But I'm saying,
Yeah.
how did they miss that? How did they miss that?
White girl with some braids.
How did they miss that, bro?
No. What it is that, and there's a so-called white dude that does the same thing like that. Like he has like a little bald fade or whatever, but he's like a so-called white dude with glasses. Like there's a dude like that, a so-called white dude that passes like a brother. I gotta pull him up though.
Okay, come on.
Yeah.
No, there was a woman in Hollywood too as well. She was black. They was talking about her. She was at the time of Marilyn Monroe and Jane Kennedy.
Okay.
There's a woman in there.
Okay.
She passed as white, but she was actually black. She done do her hair like them and stuff like that. And she for years, the guy was talking about how she passed as white until it came out later on that she was black. But for years she passed as white, looked just like him and everything, man. And this story right here was like amazing to see how this was. And he said she was brown skinned. She wasn't like light skinned white. She was brown skinned. She was on the census as white. Only her husband would have buffed her out. Under the law, she couldn't testify against him, he said, so you ain't getting no money. Yes, sir.
Oh, wow.
So her shade was so fair that you could see the brown in her.
I'm just saying, he's saying that she was brown, but we don't
Right.
know how light she was.
We don't know how like she was, but like, you know, because she was raised by her mother, she was considered like white. The actual.
Yeah, but listen, but the family would know that the father is black.
Right.
Right, yeah, right.
But she was raised in the white with the white family,
Right.
went to the schools and
Right.
everything else, raised as white.
Yes.
But the father is black. It's crazy.
Had Betsy Lyle not had the bad luck of being linked to this man, she could have lived the rest of her life as a de facto white person, even though in complexion she was brown.
This happens to this day. You have black people who living as white people.
Yes. Yeah.
And vice versa.
Yeah.
And the one you brought up, he just can't hide himself. He tried to, but he just can't do it. You know what I'm saying?
You know who I'm talking about? Like we used to video him before.
You know, it's
Hey, some of them are obvious that they're not.
But some of them white, they ain't living as blacks, they living as niggas. So that's even like intelligent black brother. Are you living as niggas?
Now, I want to say that this is a society which, whatever the surprises we find in it, was one in which the life of free black persons was heavily overshadowed by slavery. Two stories. A black miller named Phil Bowman had a wife who was enslaved. Her name was Prissy Bowman. Prissy's master went bankrupt. The sheriff confiscated the master's property, including Prissy Bowman, and auctioned it off. Phil Bowman, a free man, actually had to attend an auction and bid to buy his own wife. That's what I mean by the shadow of slavery. An even more poignant.
How crazy is that, bro?
Right.
Your wife is still in slavery. Your master went and bought it drunk and got in debt.
Right. Right.
Now she's not confiscated, you know what I'm saying,
Right.
as collateral for his debt.
Right.
You got to go to an auction and try to bid on your wife to get her back.
Like it's like a car now.
Like it's in a car.
Right. Yeah.
This is wild stuff, bro.
Story, because at least Phil.
I'm saying this, man, to understand. I said it to say that what our people had to go through in slavery. I'm saying even when you was a free slave.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not even in slavery, you was free,
Mm-hmm.
and you still had to go through this thing.
Yes.
But what sticks out to me is that these free black men married black women in slavery. Because it looked like there wasn't enough free black women for them to marry. They had to choose a wife that was still in slavery. They wasn't trying to marry outside of their culture. It's rare they did it. There was only a few of them that did it.
Well. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I think it goes to like the mindset of that time period, but it also like, you know, I mean, it was like unlawful to actually do that. Like it was actually dangerous for them to actually go outside their race at the time too as well. Like, you know, they might try to kill them or something like that, whatever, try to harm them. If they saw like a so-called white person or so-called black person.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but if he was a black man that had that prestige I talked about.
Yes.
He talked about how there was this white man. He said this black man took out some kind of insurance or something, and he married the white man's daughter, and he was fine with it. People they kind of complained, and they were like, "We didn't do nothing about it. They didn't do nothing about it because he's a free man."
Right. Yeah.
If the father is good, I'm saying, if you did saw a white woman that you wanted to be gay with as a free black man, the way to get her is to boost your prestige up so high. The white man gonna be like, "Oh yes,"
just kind of like nowadays, like, you know, like the athletes nowadays.
The athletes, kind of right.
Like,
but that's material.
Right.
He's talking about more of a moral
I got you,
and valuable type of skillful dude. You know what I'm saying? Now that he was, well, I mean, if you had that kind of skill, you had some money too.
Right.
You would have some money too.
Right.
Managed to buy Prissy. A more touching story is that of Tony White of Israel Hill. He had an enslaved wife whom he had.
This is the guy from Israel Hill. Who did he get? An enslaved wife. How come he didn't go get a white woman? Remember, he was trying to make it seem like they was marrying white women.
Right.
No, they wasn't. This guy was marrying his own kind, even in slavery.
Eventually managed to buy into freedom. But in the meantime, they had had 5 children. The 5 children ended up parceled out among 3 masters, one of whom carried 3 children off to Missouri, never to be seen again. And the most poignant document I think I read was the will that Tony White tried to write and provide for his enslaved children. In the end, he had to give up because he knew he couldn't leave them any money and he'd never see most of them again.
Because they belong to the master. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So a free man, your best option was to, if your wife was in slavery, your first option is to try to free her, buy her freedom.
Yes.
You cannot have children with her while she's in slavery, because the children becomes the property of the master. Of the master. So you have to free her. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And then he was writing a will to his children, but again, he couldn't do that because whatever he gave to the children would have went to the master. He couldn't give them no money when it went to the master.
Right.
So he had to just let it go.
Right.
And could write no will for them and leave them alone.
Wow, that's crazy.
And he was a free man that had money.
Right.
So I'm saying those conditions, I say, man, we ain't got nothing to complain about today, bro.
Right, for real.
Nothing to complain about. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
Way different.
I agree.
That sounds like that matches those curses in Deuteronomy 28.
Definitely. Con.
Oh yeah.
Con.
No one will buy you or own you with her.
Yeah, that definitely, yeah, I would agree with that. That makes sense.
And it's a sad story that reminds us what this society was
More
like.
people in there now.
My challenge has been to depict both oppression and Black achievement, oppression and Black self-defense and self-assertion, and show that both were part of the picture. I've tried to show both the web of discriminatory laws and the fact that most white people, most of the time, didn't enforce most of the laws, and that you have relations across the color line, not of equality, but of at least tolerance and sometimes friendliness.
So most of the white people didn't enforce most of the laws. Why? Because these Black people that was free were lawful abiding citizens.
Yes.
They wouldn't know, they wasn't a problem.
Right, it wasn't a problem.
The problem was their own.
Yeah.
That's who the issue were.
Right. Yeah.
Now, I have to tell you that Prince Edward County is famous for another reason, and that is that in the 1950s, you could say that Prince Edward County is one of the places the civil rights movement began. In 1951, Black high school students marched out of their high school and went on strike demanding equal school conditions that would be equal to those enjoyed by whites. These students, some of them, soon became plaintiffs in the court case that we now know as Brown versus Board of Education. So Brown is actually 4 cases, one of which comes out of no other place than Farmville, Virginia, the spot that I'm writing about in the 19th century. When desegregation actually was about to come to pass in 1959, Prince Edward County abolished its public schools, the only locality in the South that did this. And for 5 years, there aren't public schools in Prince Edward County. Private schools are provided for whites. Black children pretty much have to fend for themselves. I can't explain, because I don't have the time or even the knowledge to explain how this could happen. But I will say that there's one similarity between the story I tell and the story of Prince Edward County in the 50s and 60s. And that is, in both eras, you have a very strong African-American community that's ready to assert itself. They did so before the Civil War. They did so again in the 1950s. The differences are that after the Civil War, a lot of the institutions that brought Black and white together, however unequally, in old Prince Edward County, dissolve. The churches separate into Black and white. Physical segregation becomes, I think, more commonplace. And so the connections between the two communities are tenuous by the 1950s. Also in the 50s, whites feared Black empowerment. It looks as though the federal government, in the form of the Supreme Court, is supporting a bid by Blacks actually to be empowered politically empowered, which they never were in the pre-Civil War period. But I want to tell you also that if you go to Prince Edward County today, you will find that the public schools are stably integrated. They maintain high academic standards, good academic performance. Even the private school there actively recruits Black students. There's now, in the building that the Black students marched out of in protest, the school building in 1951, has recently been converted into a civil rights museum with support of both white and Black people. I'm going to be speaking there later in this month. The local newspaper, which crusaded to close the schools in 1959, recently crusaded to preserve the old Black high school as a civil rights museum. So things do change, sometimes in surprising ways. What is my message? Somebody once said, if you want to send a message, call Western Union. I guess today they say, if you want to send a message, send an email. But the one message, if you call it that I'm trying to suggest is that throughout the South, that the South is an incredibly complex place. It's an ever-changing place throughout history. But there's been one constant throughout this whole tortured, changing history, and that is that it's a history shared by Black and white alike. Let me, even though on a basis of inequality most of the time, let me close with a few lines from a meditation that I wrote on finishing Israel on the Appomattox. I was surprised by—
You see how it's empty in there?
By the specific contradictions that I found on and around Israel Hill. But the existence of complexity and paradox resonated with everything I knew about the South in my own lifetime and in days long past. The story of Israel Hill has special meaning for me because it takes place in Virginia, the state in which I was born and raised, and to which I returned eventually to make my home. There, in a changed South, I still hear echoes of a past shared, often grudgingly, but sometimes cordially, by Black and white folk. As I was writing the final chapters of Israel on the Appomattox, I took my family on a drive eastward, out of downtown Richmond, along the James River, past the intermediate terminal that straddles one of the city's historic canals. A few miles outside the city, we stopped at a little store. Two white men, one middle-aged, the other younger, pulled in beside us, towing a motorboat on a trailer. The older man, whose speech and demeanor many would associate with the stereotypical Southern good old boy, approached our car and asked whether we wanted some catfish. As a lifelong angler, I asked to see the men's catch. They showed me a large cooler filled with 2 to 4 pound channel catfish, still writhing, their scaleless, slimy skin glistening in the sunlight. What are you going to do with all these fish? I inquired. You know where the Black guys fish down by the intermediate terminal? The elder man asked in reply. I knew very well. He continued, I take my fish down there, those guys cook them up, and then we all eat them. Any number of differences separated that man's world from the one inhabited before the Civil War by the Black residents of Israel Hill and their neighbors. Still, his fish fries with the Black men at the terminal brought to mind things that I knew by then about relations between Black and white in old Prince Edward County. In particular, I was struck by the guileless way in which the man had answered my question. I was as white as he was, and I spoke to him in the local accent. He did not know me or my racial views, nor I his. He would never see me again, had nothing to prove to me, and indeed would never have mentioned the regular fish fries had I not asked him about his plans. Eating catfish with African Americans on the canal bank was simply part of his typical Saturday afternoon. So perhaps in another legacy of the past was the apparent division of responsibilities under which the cooking and cleaning of the fish was the province of the Black men. We Blacks and whites are still players in a shared, if sometimes anguished drama, even in a post-emancipation, post-agrarian, post-industrial, suburbanized, class stratified America. As the story of Israel Hill abundantly shows, we always have been. One should not leap to extract large points from small events or to conflate past with present. Yet my conversation with the Catfish Man evoked both the history I was then exploring in the archives and my own boyhood nearly 40 years earlier, when a patient but authoritative Afro-Virginian gentleman taught me to catch channel cats on that same stretch of the James River. That experience, along with many others in the 1950s and 60s, helped me welcome the crumbling of Jim Crowism in the society that my fishing instructor and I, like our ancestors, inhabited together. Thank you.
Powerful, man.
That was good. That was good stuff, man. That was some good stuff, man. Like, that was some good stuff, though. Surprising that there was nobody there listening to that. Though.
For real.
Yeah, dude, I did all this work. Nobody want to listen.
He's dropping the gems, man.
Yeah.
Well, the rest of it is there's a Q&A. Y'all want to hear the Q&A? There's a couple of Q&A, another 6 minutes for Q&A.
I mean, yeah, might as well.
We have a few minutes in which I'd be glad to hear any comments or to take any questions. Yes, sir.
Slave life in the 17th and 18th centuries.
What sources I use? The sources that I use were almost exclusively what's called county court records. Now, the county court in Old Virginia was a court of law, but it was also the governing body of the county. So any decision that was ever made, anybody who ever claimed money from the county, all of those documents are there. But the richest source that I found were civil suits that people filed, because what happens then is that John files a suit and he writes out, or has his attorney write out, his whole story as to what happened. And then Susie, the defendant, writes out her side of what happened. And then they bring in maybe affidavits and depositions and testimony. And you can end up with 10 or 12 or 15 people all telling their side of a story, how something unfolded. And that's really the mother lode when you find something like that. 95% of my sources were in 5 dozen cartons of records generated by the county court in Prince Edward County, most of which really hadn't been opened since they were put there. And you could tell because they were covered with a thick layer of grime that you could hardly wash off of your hands. Those are my sources for the most part. A few memoirs of people who grew up at that time, very, very few. Almost nothing in the form of written evidence by free African Americans, because most of them were denied the right to an education. I may have found 8 or 10 sentences written by Black Americans for this whole period. So what you have to do is you have to piece together a story as best you can for people who were deprived of literacy.
The stuff on here seems to be different stuff that's coming on.
Yeah. I was back to the stuff that they had. Like, look, they had some good stuff at the time that came on after.
Because I never know C-SPAN had this kind of information on there back then.
I didn't either.
I'm like, man.
Like, it's something like the history of Judaism in America.
Yeah, and I'm looking like, you gotta look that stuff up, man.
Right,
There's some jewels up in there,
You
man.
know what I mean?
C-SPAN.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I find the complexity of the subject amazing, and a suggestion that there was somehow, to some degree, more integration before the Civil War than there has been since the Civil War. I just wonder if you could say whether Virginia in some way is exceptional in this, in the sorts of experiments like Israel Hill that you are writing about, or whether there might have been other similar settlements in South Carolina or North Carolina.
Other historians have looked into this question of free Black life and free Black-white relations in other parts of the South. And it seems to be generally true, as you suggested, that there's more actual contact between the races almost anywhere that you want to look before the Civil War. Much of what I find happening in Old Prince Edward County, I think you can find in other places, and people have found in some other places. Why would there be more contact? The fact is, slavery not only didn't prohibit, but demanded constant contact between black and white. I'm even talking about the cruel things that happened. There's still up close, personal, in your face, cruel things that happen. Even if you're pulling teeth sadistically out of somebody's mouth, you're doing it in proximity. This was not a society in which people lived in separate spheres, and white people were not put off by the idea of close contact. What I think may happen after emancipation is that the question of black empowerment arises, because all African Americans are free after 1865. From 1867 on, black men have the right to vote. And now white people in a county like Prince Edward, which is 2/3 black, have to decide, what are we going to do about this? And what they did, the whites, is sometimes they cooperated with blacks politically. Other times they intimidated blacks, stole elections, and even terrorized Republicans, white and black. So really, it's a new ball game after 1865, isn't it? And yet W.E.B. Du Bois.
And they terrorized Republicans, he said. Who was who?
You're talking about the Democrats.
Who was the Republicans?
Oh, back then?
Black people.
Black people.
That's what he said, he terrorized them.
Yeah. Black people, Republicans. Yeah.
Republicans back then. You wouldn't believe that.
Yeah, King was a Republican.
I didn't even knew that.
Yeah.
I didn't even knew that black people was ever Republican.
That's why I like they were actually that was the party they actually were with. I mean, because you gotta think about it, like, you know, about like the ideals that they have kind of makes sense, like especially with them back in the day, like that, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like
their principles are more biblical.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Republicans freed us from slavery, and the Democrats started the money to start the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
and Planned Parenthood.
Yes.
Like today.
And now today they don't flip it. They don't flip it today. Have most blacks thinking they Democrats.
Right. Yeah.
On the wrong side.
That's right.
The famous African-American sociologist and civil rights leader visited Farmville in 1897, which is supposed to be the low point of black-white relations. And he found a thriving black middle class. He found white people tipping their hats to black people in the street, calling black people Mr. and Mrs. And Du Bois in 1898 writes, there's not a black person in Farmville, Virginia, who does not believe that in time, he or she will not have all the rights that are due to them in American society. So I would like, if I had the time, to find out what was going on in the 1870s, 80s, 90s, early 1900s, because there's a story there that we don't know. I don't know it.
Powerful.
We may have time for one more question or comment if there is one. Yes, ma'am.
What about the descendants of Farmville? Have you found it about Israel Hill?
Israel Hill, you can go there today. There's a little road that runs through it called Lane Street or Lane Drive near Farmville, Virginia, is still a black residential neighborhood. There aren't many houses there anymore. What happened, I had the honor actually of interviewing several people who grew up on Israel Hill in the 20th century. What happened in the 1920s and 30s and 40s is that young folk attaining adulthood would seek better job opportunities in Richmond or Washington or Baltimore or in the coal fields of West Virginia. So you have a population drain out of Israel Hill, and there aren't too many people left. But I'll tell you that one of the high points of my research was interviewing a woman who by then was elderly, who had grown up on Israel Hill, descendant of original settlers, in her own family home on the crest of Israel Hill. And if you look at my book, there's a picture that I took of her house and a picture that I took of her. The last page of the text of my book has a picture of Pearl Walker Hartwell, whom I had the honor to interview in her own home. So I'll thank you again for your presence. I appreciate it very much.
Powerful stuff, bro.
You know, actually, it kind of remind me of I seen this one clip of Nikki Haley, like this one dude like went to like her hometown where she said she was from, where she said they used to call a little brown girl and all that stuff. So this guy went around this town, which like interviewed on people was like, is this like really how it was when it this, that, and the third, like whatever. Like nobody agreed with that. A lot, and there was some black people like, man, she never did nothing for us. They went down the main, the street called Main Street, like downtown, whatever. All the businesses on this main street were closed except for one. There was this little shop, like where it was a brother that was running the shop. There was only one store. This main street that was open. It's like they're like she actually never did anything to upbuild this community, wherever she's from, whatever. Like it's actually like a desert town. Oh yeah. But it kind of reminded me like we were talking about because like you know. A lot of people in this town, they were like, no, it's not like that. They were like, but it's like, you know, she never did, but they start going on like, but she never did nothing for us anyway, and all this other stuff like that. It was just so crazy.
God, man, so I didn't even take this long to show this video on this stuff, bro. I didn't know it was gonna take this long at all, because we couldn't even get a chance to get the revelations, man, at all. See where we at, what is it, 6, about to be 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Goodness. I wanted to jump on Gorilla Hebrew.
Oh, that's what you were saying at the time. You didn't think it was you. Oh, okay, that's what you said.
Yeah,
yeah, because you said okay.
Let me see, man. We might have time just for this one. I gotta try to squeeze this one in right quick, man. This is gonna be the last one though.
Okay. What's this? Oh, it's just Sakari. Okay.
Right. And then
let me share my screen. We're gonna be pulling some scriptures, man. This will be our last one that we're gonna wrap it up. Next week we're gonna most I willing. Next week we're gonna get to the Revelation chapter 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
We're just gonna try to get the first one of the heading of correcting these people, you know what I'm saying? Correcting these people. All right, so this is a thing that this was like, I think it was Wednesday when I had called in on their show. You can see Sakari live polygyny debate. We won't smoke. Click the link. That's what I did, and they didn't want no smoke. All right.
Jasmine, 100 is just again, sometimes the numbers are not literal. 7, 100. The different numbers are not even literal. You know, Solomon had 1,000.
He started the video by saying that numbers are not literal, but he's gonna try to get a literal number out of something later on, though.
Okay.
So Curry, James, what's going on, brother? Shalom.
Shalom, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We doing the Virginia, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying it's lawful, correct?
Without question.
Can we get Matthew chapter 19?
Yeah. For sure. You just read it. Will you watch?
And before we get it, brother, you understand that lawful. You understand that lawful means it's in accordance with the laws of God, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No, before he reads that, do you know what Christ is quoting?
Yeah, I know what he's quoting.
What's he quoting? Go to the source where he's quoting.
He's quoting the Old Testament.
What scripture from the Old Testament is he quoting?
Well, he jumps around in the chapter. He quotes, he goes back to the beginning in Genesis, and then he kind of talks about what Moses did in Deuteronomy 24.
Okay, that's fine. Let him get to his point, right? Go ahead. What's your point? Where do you want us to start?
So at this point, he don't know who I am, all right?
Yeah, he was trying to find out. So but Deacon does, though, right?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't know.
He don't know.
He don't know right now. I don't know how he
He-
found out.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you know they be getting a little.
What?
That's the guy from.
Oh, I think they got people in the background who be checking people that call in, checking their channel. Yeah.
Bring right to the point. Verse 9.
Okay, let's read.
Matthew 19:9. And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery.
Okay, so what does this have to do with polygyny?
Okay, so if a man has a wife and he puts her away for the wrong reason,
Yes, sir.
it says except for fornication.
Yes, sir.
So if you put her away not for fornication, then you be considered you're still married. But you put her away for the wrong reason.
No, they didn't say that there. It said you put her away. If you put her away, you're not married.
It says
Easy if you heard that dumb stuff. You heard it for yourself, right? If you put her away, you're not married.
Okay.
If you put her away, you are not married. We need to play it again to make sure that we heard what he said correctly.
Yeah, he meant to say that. He meant to say
We gonna play it again to make sure we're not hearing things.
It sounds like a cover up on his defense.
I'm showing you this is your brains on live. You know what I'm saying?
There, it said you put her away. If you put her away, you're not married.
It says
if you put her away, you're not married.
Right.
Okay?
except it be for fornication. It's giving you
It's telling you you're wrong if you put a woman away for anything except fornication. Yes.
Right. So if it's not for fornication, then that means you'll still be considered married then.
It doesn't say that, but get your point.
It does say that.
It doesn't say that. No, it doesn't. We're reading it. It doesn't say that, but go ahead.
That's what accept means.
No, accept didn't say you're still married then. It didn't say that, but go ahead. Not what it said. So.
I saw a dying laughing. He came. I said, wow, this is hilarious right here.
Right. I mean, I don't know. Wow.
We gonna read it.
Dude, like, what else would it mean? Like,
right. Except.
Yeah.
If you put her away, except.
Right.
He's giving you the exception.
Right.
This reason here changes everything.
Yeah, it changes everything, right? Anything outside of this reason.
Right. Right. This is the exception.
You still committed adultery.
Yeah, this is the exception.
There's only exception that's not gonna be adultery.
Right.
This exception right here.
If you do this exception, that means now you're really divorced.
Right. Yes. That's right.
If it isn't for this exception here,
you committed adultery.
You were committing adultery.
Yes.
Right? Can we read it? Let's read it right quick.
Yeah.
It doesn't say that.
Definitely.
That's why I said wow, and Hassan couldn't stop it. He couldn't hold it together. Because he knew, so like, dude, that is what it is saying. He knew what it is saying too as well. That's why he was like, man, that is hilarious, bro. I'm like, yeah, Hassan, you know your leader's off. You way off. You know what I'm saying? We get to Matthew chapter 19. Okay. Let me put it up here and share. This guy is lost all his mind for real, bro. You think he's smart.
You're not you're in verse 9, right?
Yeah. Let me pull it up here on the screen so everybody. Okay, I pulled it wrong. Okay, wrong. All right, you good. All right, who got that?
I got it.
Bring it up. All right, go ahead.
Read for the book of Matthew, chapter 19, verse 9. It reads, "And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, it shall marry another, commit adultery."
And stop right there. Let's go real slow.
Yes.
So Christ is here breaking down what adultery is.
Yes.
If you put away your wife, except it be for fornication.
Right.
Okay? So that means you're not putting her away for fornication.
Right.
That is the exception.
Right.
Right? He's trying to say that it isn't. It says, and shall marry another. What's another?
Another woman.
An additional.
An additional wife.
Isn't it? When I say I have another, that means I have two.
Right.
Right or wrong?
Yes.
And shall marry another. That's an additional wife.
Yes.
Right?
Add on.
The next two words is
committed
adultery.
Yes.
Clearly.
Yes.
If you're adding another woman, you're committing adultery out of the Most High, out of the Messiah's own mouth.
Yes.
Clearly right here. The only exception to this is that what?
You have to put her away if she.
for
does-
fornication,
for fornication.
right? But notice, if you put her away for fornication, the right reason, that means you're divorced,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Now,
yes.
if you marry another, then
You don't commit adultery.
you're not committing adultery.
Right.
The only reason this will make any sense is because you're still married.
You're still married, right?
Now, because listen, if a man can have more than one woman, how can Christ even call it adultery?
Right. Yeah, that comes the question.
If a man can have more than one woman, right? Let's say I divorced her for the wrong reason,
Right.
and I'm still married to her,
Right.
and I can marry another woman.
Yes.
How can Christ call it an adultery? Because I can have more than one woman.
Right.
He can't call it adultery.
Right. Wow.
The only way he could is because you can only have one.
One wife. Come. Yes.
The question becomes, what is Christ calling adultery here in this verse then? If it isn't what I am saying it is, what is he calling adultery? If you can have two women, he cannot call that adultery because you see you can have two women.
Right.
The only way this word, excuse me, this word here fit is because you can only have one.
Yes.
It's the only way.
Yes.
And listen, and to further stamp that's what it is saying, we're going to further stamp it to make, listen, let's say there's an outside chance that I could be wrong.
Okay.
This is an outside chance I could be wrong.
Okay.
The last part of this verse kills that outside chance that I could be wrong at all.
Okay.
Watch what it says. Go ahead.
Okay, it says, except for fornication, you shall marry another, shall commit adultery. And whosoever marries her, which is put away, does commit adultery.
So the woman that is put away,
Right.
right? Wrongly.
Right.
It says, which is put away, it says, and whosoever marry her. How is the man committing adultery if he marries a woman that is put away?
Because she's put away wrongfully because she's still married.
She's
to the
still
other
married. That's what I'm trying to tell Dum Dum here in the video. You're considered still married.
Yes.
The last part of the verse confirms it.
Yes.
The woman that you put away wrongfully,
Right.
the man that marries her, he's committing adultery.
Right.
Why? Because the woman that you put away, you're still married to
married.
her.
Right.
That is the only way this man that's married her could be committing adultery because he's marrying a married woman.
There's so many people are probably doing it, like committing adultery, but not even, not knowing, but unaware, like where they actually do that.
Con. This is rapid right here.
Right.
This one's rapid. People get with a woman and they separate and all that, but it isn't for fornication.
Right.
Sometimes it might be, but most of the time it really isn't.
Right.
Right?
Because they falling out of love or something like that.
Con. Right.
Yeah.
So I'm showing you there isn't an outside chance that I can be wrong because the last part of the verse shows that the woman is still married.
Right. Wow.
But the man that married her, he's committing adultery.
Yes.
So there is absolutely no way that I'm seeing this thing wrong.
Right.
Couldn't be.
I agree. You should be 100% correct, bro. I'm with you 100%. I am too. I mean, it's so crazy. It shows you that it goes to show you that they're blinded by their own lust for them not to be able to see this properly.
Come.
Didn't you say one of them said that it wasn't no sex in heaven they didn't want to go?
That's Gorilla. He says that in another video.
Yeah, I remember you showed that for us.
I'm gonna go back to the video now because it gets worse.
Wow.
He listen. The guy, he's a leader of a congregation and don't know what accept means. Is that something you really want to be following? Come on, man.
But go ahead, bro. Finish your point.
Except for fornication, it says, and shall marry another, committeth adultery.
Why did he commit adultery? Did he commit adultery because he married another woman, or is it because he unjustly put away a woman?
No, because he's still married to the first one. That's why he's committing adultery.
Well, okay. So explain this. Let's skip 10 verses down. Let's read that. I need you to.
I need to back it up to get his question. You see how slow he is, bro?
Yeah, you got to back it up a bit.
Just to cover his question.
Because he unjustly put away. But go ahead, bro. Finish your point.
Except for fornication, it says, and shall marry another, committeth adultery.
Why did he commit adultery?
His first question is why did he commit adultery?
Right.
He committed adultery is because he went and got a second wife.
Right.
That's why he's committing adultery.
Right.
Don't answer his question.
Yes.
And did he commit adultery because he married another woman, or is because he unjustly put away a woman?
Okay, did he commit adultery either because he married another woman or because he put her away unjustly? Is what he responded. So he's saying obviously that not because he married another woman committing adultery. He's saying he's committing adultery because he put her away unlawfully, right? That's making my point.
Right. It's both.
If he put her away unlawfully, they still married.
Right. Right. Yeah. That means that's what that means. Like
either side he loses.
Right.
If he put her away unlawfully, right?
Right.
And let's say she is put away.
Right.
She is put away. Right?
Right.
How is it possible that the man that marries her is committing adultery then?
Right, exactly. That too.
And that's part of the verse said the man that marries her is committing adultery. How is that possible then?
Right.
That doesn't fit.
Because that means that they actually that the two are still married.
They're still married. It doesn't matter how he try to twist it, it cuts him.
Yes.
I hope he's gonna watch it later on and see you don't know what you're talking about. Something's wrong with you.
Right.
The last part of the verse cuts you every single time. You can't get around it.
Yes.
The woman is still married.
So because he's still married to the first one.
Right.
That's why he's committing adultery.
Correct.
Okay. So explain this. Let's skip 10 verses down. Let's read that. I need you to exegete this, brother. Go ahead.
Now I couldn't finish my point. He wanted to go somewhere else before I finished because I wanted to read the last point we read about the woman being, you know what I'm saying? If I read that for him, that would have really cut his head off. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But he wants to go read down to the 20. We're gonna read it too. Let's
He know it's there though.
10 verses down where?
Yes, that's verse 19. That's how I read it.
Verse 28.
29, Salakia, 20 verses down. Go ahead.
20.
all right. He gonna read it, so I'm just playing because he's gonna read it.
Okay.
Want me to read it?
No, it's not you read it. Yes, sir.
Okay. Matthew chapter 19, verse 29, my brother. It
I
says,
didn't finish my point.
No. I need to.
I said, dude, I ain't finished my point.
Right, you did.
Let me finish my point. You know what I'm saying? So you can see what I am saying.
All right.
No, he want me to finish my point.
I'm asking you a question based on what you said in the same chapter. Let's read it.
And I got some of this too, but it says, and everyone that hath forsaken houses or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife.
Look at they can figure out. Oh, look at someone told him who I am.
I think so. I think that's what
That's what we look like. Who?
he got the text.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it looked like that's what
That's what it looked like. You got it. Yeah, God.
Or children, or lands, for my name's sake, shall receive 100-fold.
So you're telling me it's adultery if you marry another woman, but the same Jesus, 20 verses later in the same chapter, said, if I forsake one wife, I'll get 100.
Wow. That's not what he said.
Let's read it.
Okay.
Let's get it.
All right.
This guy is bad.
That's
Horrible. 20 verse.
Create a lustful desire.
All right, let's get that right here. Get right to the point.
I got it.
See, it's you know what? We need to read up. It's like verse 27 because we need to find because see the problem with people that get wrong doctrine is that they don't establish when and where this is speaking of taking place.
Okay.
You have to have that, right? Go ahead.
I read for the book of Matthew, chapter 19, verse 27. It reads, Then answered Peter and said unto him, Behold, we have forsaken all and followed thee. What shall we have therefore?
Go ahead.
There, verse 28. And Jesus said unto them, Verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me in the regeneration, when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory, ye also shall sit upon 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel.
Right. So we have established the time frame is when the Son of Man sit up on his throne is going to happen.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
It said you shall also sit on 12 thrones,
Right.
judging the 12 tribes of Israel, right?
Yes.
Notice he mentioned you 12 thrones.
Right.
we know one of them was lost, right?
Yes.
Who was lost?
Damn.
No. This is
Reuben?
the apostles.
Oh, the apostles.
Who was lost?
Judas.
Judas was lost. But there's still 12 thrones here.
Yes, yes, okay.
Who replaced Judas?
Paul.
Becomes the
Matthew.
question.
Paul.
Have to be Paul.
Yes.
It ain't Matthias.
Well, yeah, well, they said it was Matthias. They drew sticks in, but that ain't.
Right, yeah. No answer. It didn't work.
I would say it's got to be Paul. Paul is the biggest candidate to me. I don't know. Matthias, I don't even know. You don't even come up.
Yeah, because Christ called them, taught them.
All of that. You know what I'm saying? So he's actually going to take over here.
Yes.
Some people might even try to argue and say, well, listen, at this time, he told it to Judas. Judas was there at this time.
Right.
He told it to Judas too.
Right.
He said, "Ye shall sit on 12 thrones." Judas was one of the person that he told this to. So he said, well, is lying to Judas now? You know what I'm saying? But that's when you're not looking at the Bible correctly. He said from the before he called Judas that he was a devil.
Right.
So he was not even meant to be one of those persons for real.
Already from that point.
He was ordained for a different thing. He was
none
called
of
to fulfill that part of the betrayal and everything else.
But none of the disciples would have did
The
it.
throne was always meant for another person all along.
Yes.
It's always meant for a person all along who you never saw coming.
Right. Judas substitute.
Con. I did the last part here that he was reading, verse 29.
Verse 29. And everyone that have forsaken houses.
Let's go flow. Everyone that forsaken houses,
or brethren.
Go ahead.
Or sisters.
Okay.
Or father.
Okay.
Or mother.
Okay.
Or wife. Or children. Or lands for my name's sake shall receive 100-fold and shall inherit everlasting life.
So he zeroes in on just the one thing here, wife.
Right.
He said he's gonna get 100 wives.
Right.
Well, what about 100 children?
Right.
100 lands? What about 100 mothers?
Yeah, and fathers.
100 fathers, 100 sisters, 100 brethren, 100 houses.
How about 100? How about 100 everlasting lives?
100 everlasting lives, right?
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah, right.
The whole thing 100 times.
Yeah.
The verse couldn't be saying what he is saying, because you have to get 100 of everything that he's forsaken.
Right.
No one is getting 100 fathers.
No. This part he might have said like this might not be taken. This verse not be taken literally.
Huh?
This verse not be taken literally, like you was talking about, like you was trying to say the 100-fold and all stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm saying this not like literally right.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm saying, but what's the verse is not saying you're gonna get 100 wives and children.
Right, yes.
It is saying you're gonna get 100-fold. It don't specify what the 100-fold is.
Yes.
It all it mentions is that what you have forsaken.
Yes.
He thinks what you forsaken, you're gonna get 100 of that.
Right.
What are you trying to say? Wrong.
Right.
Can we get Luke? The 20th chapter. Let me get down to the verse. All right, here we go.
What did Luke mean?
No, I get, but let me get the Luke chapter 20, verse 34. Luke chapter 20, verse 34. Remember, we established that this was when Jesus Christ sits on his throne.
Okay.
That's got to be in the resurrection.
Right.
Right. So who got that?
I'll do it.
Okay, go ahead.
Luke chapter 20, verse 34. And it reads, and Yahweh Shai answered, said unto them, the children of this world marry and are given in marriage.
The children of this world do that. Right? Go ahead.
35. But they which shall be accounted worthy to obtain that world and the resurrection from the dead neither marry or nor are giving in marriage.
So to obtain that world, like it has to be the next world in Christ's kingdom. To obtain that world, and that it says, and the resurrection from the dead. That's in his kingdom, right? He said they don't marry nor given in marriage. So how are they gonna get 100 wives if they don't get married?
Right.
How? How is it possible? So that's what I told him. He's not saying that. He can't be saying that. If it did say what he's saying it, this is a contradiction out of the same man's mouth.
Right.
He said they don't marry. So the 100-fold isn't talking about 100 wives because they don't marry, no, they're given in marriage.
Right.
So he can't be speaking about no wives. Can be.
That's too much.
Go ahead.
36. Neither can they die anymore.
Neither can, listen, they can't, listen, that means they have eternal life. Beings with eternal life don't have sex. Show me one that do. Come wrong. Point them out. I don't know no being of eternal life that has sex. Not one. Sex is something to keep your species going. You get eternal life, you don't need to do that. Neither can they die anymore. Go ahead.
For they are equal unto the angels.
Equal to the angels, which have eternal life. Go ahead.
And are the children of God, being the children of the resurrection.
This verse is smashing what he is saying.
Yes.
Completely.
Yes.
What he's saying it couldn't be what he's saying it is.
So did the watch, there was a watch or something, did they have eternal life?
Had. Lost it.
Had lost it, yeah.
Have eternal life. That's when they came down here in human form. Again, people are trying to say, again, you have to read Genesis chapter 17, where angels came down in 8.
Right.
So we see they can come down in the flesh. So don't sit up here that angels don't do that. They don't do it in a spiritual form, but they do it when they come down here as human beings. And again, when Gabriel spoke to Mary, he didn't speak to Mary in his angelic form. He was in a human form when he spoke to Mary. Let's be clear. All right. Luke means light giving. Light giving is what Luke means. We can get that nonsense clearly out the way. All right. Can we get Mark?
Okay.
Guys do not know the Bible whatsoever. Needs a lot of help. Mark chapter 10, verse 28. Let me put it up here too as well. This is 28 to 30. Who got that?
I'll tell you. So Mark chapter 10, verse 30.
28.
10 verse 28.
This is the same thing that we're reading in the book of Matthew. Right. Go ahead.
Mark chapter 10, verse 28. Then Peter began to say unto him, Lo, we have left all and have followed thee.
Go ahead.
And Jesus answered and said, Verily I say unto you, there is no man that hath left house or brethren or sister or father or mother or wife or children or lands for my sake and the gospel.
Go ahead.
But he shall receive an 100-fold now in this time.
Stop. So the 100-fold would have been now.
Right.
If what he's saying is true, it would have happened now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, in the future.
Says it right here. Now in this time. Right. Who have 100 wives now?
Right.
Sheep.
Right.
Sheep.
Can't name them.
Yeah, I don't know personally.
Listen, he have not forsaken all those things that was even named in there.
Right, yeah.
Which wife has he forsaken?
He might say he forsaken his mother.
Yes, but remember, he's targeting wife.
Right.
I'm zeroing on what his argument is. His argument is wife. Which wife has he forsaken? Becomes the question.
Right.
For him to get 100 in the kingdom.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
If he was to forsake his wife, what would he be doing? Let's hear it.
You wouldn't be honoring his wife.
Huh?
You wouldn't be honoring his wife, right?
That's one. But what did he? If you forsake your wife, what are you doing?
Putting her what?
Huh?
Putting her what?
What does it mean to forsake your wife? Let's start simple. What does it mean to forsake something?
Not take care of it no more.
Not take care of it.
Disown.
Disown it. What else?
Disregard.
Abandon it.
Abandon. Right. Abandon. Yeah.
Right? If you abandon your wife, what are you doing?
You like having her do away.
You violating Torah.
Violating Torah. Yeah. They are.
So I can violate Torah and in the kingdom I'm gonna get 100 more.
Right. Doesn't make any sense.
Does that make any sense?
No.
Spot where we don't need them.
That's what I told him. It's not saying that. It can't even say what you're saying. If you listen, okay, let's say I was to forsake my brother and sister. Can I do that? Isn't that violating Torah as well?
Yeah.
You can abandon your brother and sister,
Right.
and your mother and father.
Right.
Who in their right mind would abandon their houses and lands?
Right. Right.
That's why I told him it is not saying that.
Right.
It can't be saying that. No one does that.
Yeah.
Even that rich man, when Christ told him, sell all and follow me. What did this man do?
Couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it.
Pass on that one.
He couldn't even do it for the Messiah.
Right. Yeah. Right.
After
Check
telling
now.
them to, like, rock with me, okay? Yeah.
This man, listen, this man recognized Christ as a man. He said, good master.
Good master.
We call him a good master. Right? So he had him up there on his pedestal. He still wouldn't sell all that he has to follow this good man. You tell me a gorilla can do that?
After saying he obeyed the law. I do this, I do that. First
Right.
and third.
Come on, man.
Like, really?
This dude is so slow, bro. If you just slow it down, you can see he don't know what he's talking about.
Like, that's the thing, he bragging all what he did on the side of this man. He's like, okay, well, come on, we're on a mission right now. Oh man, I can't bust that out.
And you had to hear when they recognize who it is.
Oh my goodness. This guy's known to go into strip club and marry strippers, man. He can't be serious.
On the day he did it.
Go ahead. Did you finish that, Isaiah? Who was reading?
Yeah. I think you was.
I was reading.
No, go ahead. You didn't finish that. You
100-fold.
30.
You was in 30. Do 30 again.
Mark chapter 10, verse 30. But he shall receive an 100-fold now in this time.
Okay.
House
Uh-huh.
and brother and sister and mother and children and lands and what is that? Persecution.
Uh-huh.
And in the world to come, eternal life.
Notice what's missing from this list.
Wives.
Wife.
Mm-hmm.
No wife here.
Right.
No wife here at all. And it says with persecution.
With persecutions, yes.
This is still not saying what he's saying, this thing is saying. We can get one more, 2 witnesses. Still ain't saying what it cannot be saying what he's saying itself. Cannot be saying it. It would not make any sense. Right? Luke chapter 18, verse 28.
That's the same account.
It's the same account. That's why you need to get some other witnesses and stuff to find us to corroborate what you're saying. He tried to pick one verse. People call that cherry picking, which is it's fine. You want to do that. That is fine as well. But again, even when you cherry pick, it's got to make sense.
Yeah. Right.
All right, who got that in Luke chapter 18, verse 28?
I got it.
Go ahead.
Reading from the book of Luke, chapter 18, verse 28, it reads, Then Peter said, Lo, we have left all and follow thee.
Go ahead.
Verse 29, it reads, and he said unto them, verily I say unto you, there is no man that hath left house, or parents, or brethren, or wife, or children, for the kingdom of God's sake.
Go ahead.
Verse 30, who shall not receive a manyfold more than and more in this present time.
In this present time, go ahead.
In the world to come, everlasting life, everlasting.
Everlasting life. Nothing here is mentioned about that other stuff.
No.
At all.
No.
What's
But at least
consistent?
wife is in this one.
Huh?
At least wife is in this one. They call it out.
You talking about?
What it says
Yeah,
there,
he's talking about verse 29.
come. Versus there's no man.
You have forsaken.
Right.
Yeah.
Faith. Forsaken.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come.
But not in the
Receive.
the receiving part.
Verse 30.
Come.
Yeah, that's the part.
Come.
I'm coming here to say I read two other verses that kind of talk about the same thing Christ said.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And in these other two verses, it clearly says, and he said unto them, verily I say unto you, there is no man that have left houses or parents or brethren or wife or children for the kingdom of God's sake. If you reflect back on the Gospels and the apostles, did the apostles left their parents? Did they?
No.
Peter was married.
Yes.
No, he was married.
Yes.
Do you think he left his wife?
I would think he didn't.
Of course not. Of course not.
Can't put her away from it.
Just gotta be with her.
Of course not. They haven't. They have not forsaken all.
Yes.
Peter said, in Matthew, we have forsaken all and followed thee. You telling us, no, you haven't. Yeah, I know you ain't left your wife.
Yeah, that's another thing they did with the that book of Clarence. It looked like what's his name? Thomas forsaken his mom to go with him. That movie, remember?
Yeah, right. Him
Yeah.
and what was arguing about that
Yeah.
name. Right,
Mhm.
right.
So when he said this saying, not even about the mom, if there ain't no sex in heaven, I don't want it. He fully didn't know what he was saying.
Don't know what he's talking
He didn't know
about.
what he was saying.
He don't know about. But I'm saying, none of them have forsaken all these different things
Right.
for the Messiah's sake or for the kingdom of heaven's sake. That's what he said, for the kingdom of heaven's sake in this one right here. The other one talking about for my sake, right? The other one was just for God's sake. We haven't done that. Who's done that? Let me point him out. Who's done that?
Right.
There's only one person who have done something like that. Who is that? Hamashiach Yahushua is the only one that fits this.
Right. Yeah.
He's the only one that fits this.
Right. Yeah. You don't want to fix it.
He didn't have nowhere to stay. He literally left his house.
Right. Right.
And his parents.
Yeah. Right. Right.
Remember, I brought to you tradition. He had money. He was rich. He left all of that behind. Whatever he owned, if it's lands and houses, he left all that behind. This doesn't listen. He didn't this fit the apostles. Christ is just giving it. Said, if you have done this, you get 100-fold. Listen, it says you get it in this time, not this time.
So he said, if I did it, you can do it. Like leave everything.
Listen, but they
behind,
haven't.
follow along.
Listen, they're not required to do that.
Yeah.
The text doesn't say you have to leave brother, sister, mother, right?
Right. Yeah.
He said, but if you have did something like that and abandoned them, but no, the reward is eternal life. The reward, you ain't getting 100 wives and 100 mothers and 100 fathers. It's ridiculous. You ain't gonna get that. You're gonna get eternal life. That's what you're gonna get.
That's a reward.
That's the reward you're gonna get. He's gonna give you 100. Man, this dude is crazy.
Yeah,
bro.
but the way you make it sound like the reward is now you get the 100 wives too. Like
Yeah, but I'm saying the verses say that if what you're saying is true, you will get it now, right? Presently, right?
Yeah.
Listen, we have another person who I think literally did this. Elijah the prophet. He never died. He got eternal life presently in his present life. Enoch too. They left everything. When you read about Enoch and Jasher, he left everything behind. Listen, and Enoch was a king. Let's be clear. The book tells you Enoch was ruling over there. They made him king. So he had lands. He had money. He had all this stuff. He had family, mother, father, sister, left all of that and went and dealt with the Most High.
So that's this. If things of this world, if you're of this world,
if you leave this world completely behind, in other words, if you left all those things behind, you left this world behind, right or wrong. If you left lands, houses, mother, father, brother, and sister, you literally left this world behind. He said, if you do that, you're gonna get it in this present time. You're gonna get eternal life now.
It's like doing life in prison.
And in the world, will come eternal life. Now, you're getting it now. You ain't gonna die. Man, who's doing that? Gorilla Hebrew lost his mind, bro. I don't know what he. Look back to the video. You don't know what he talking about, bro. And it's sad listening to them guys. They listening to him.
Man, don't say that. You enter the text now. Don't say that. Okay.
Don't say. You enter the text. Don't say that. Boot me off.
Man, did it?
Nigga stupid.
You know that.
Who's stupid? You stupid. You're the stupid one.
What? Who? The nigga from that camp in California who you debated, and then I debated too.
I debated him. I didn't debate him. I didn't debate Deacon Lion.
Who that Mayan?
Yeah, that's it.
Why did this guy butcher my name, man?
I know, right?
Who is Amayan, bro? Don't know no Hebrew at all.
Amayan. That sounds like some damn.
That sounds like a IMMAYAN, something like that.
That slow ass nigga who believe in the virgin birth.
Call me slow. I hope you see this video. Find out who's really slow.
Right.
You're the slow one. Listen, and not only that, you lost when we debate. Let me pull the proof before you try to say I'm making it up. We got witnesses that say you lost. All right? I'm gonna play the video first. I'm gonna show you the proof.
Yeah.
I thought it sounded like that clown, but go ahead, read that.
And he called me a clown.
Clown too.
I'm stupid,
Slow.
I'm slow,
And a clown.
and a clown. Got it.
We love the guy. Let me just say something real quick.
Oh, but they love you.
We love
That's
you.
being real though. Like we love that guy.
The guy just insulted me, called me 3 times out of my name.
Right. Yep.
He come back and said we love the guy. This how these guys do you, man. They insult your intelligence. Can I call you out your name and then say I love you? Is that gonna work? If I call you stupid, dumb, clown, and they say, bro, you know I love you, man.
I don't know where they are. They in New York? Atlanta.
I think they're in Atlanta. I mean, I think Gorilla is in Atlanta. Deacon's probably in Seattle.
I'm Seattle.
Probably I don't know where Hassad is. Probably in Atlanta too with Gorilla.
Remember that hot cherry pie that Martin ate on Martin? Man, that hot cherry pie that was burning Martin's mouth on that movie Life. This curry, so I gotta eat it piping hot. It's burning my mouth. I gotta eat it piping hot. So
But I'll tell you, man, I feel sorry for Gorilla Hebrew, bro. Tell you. When it's his turn, it's his turn. Feel bad for him, bro. He's gonna get it. No, he gonna get it.
I think he out his mind.
He gonna get it.
Yeah, but I wanted to ask the brother, and it's just so ridiculous to even go there. Because, okay, Matthew 19:9. Whoever shall put away his wife except to be for fornication and shall marry another committeth adultery. What if he doesn't put away a woman and marry another? What if he
don't put away and marry another one?
He just marries another.
Exactly. So you telling me it's only adultery if I put her away?
No.
He don't understand what putting her away means.
He's just slow.
Right.
He said it's only adultery if I put. No, dumb. It's adultery because you put away for the wrong reason. You're still married.
Yes.
That's what it is saying.
Yes.
He still don't get it.
Yeah.
Hassan's question is, what if I don't put her away and I marry another one? Adultery.
Adultery.
That's what he's saying.
Right.
Except meaning you're putting away
For the right reason.
you're putting away not for the right reason.
Fornication.
You're putting her away not for the right reason.
Right.
That's why you're still married.
Right.
That's why you're committing adultery.
Right.
That's what the Messiah is saying.
I don't like, dude. It's so crazy. This is like so like self-explanatory, man.
And
Like,
they think that it's another reason you could break the twangest one.
I don't understand. But I don't. I'm saying it slowly. I said the reason why he's committing adultery because he's still married.
I've heard you try to break that down to Zarya and them dudes. You try to say the same thing. I guess they learned the same.
Oh, you didn't hear with IGPK the last time when I went to that verse, but
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
Oh my. I wish I had the tape. Oh my. I said what? He said that he committing adultery because he put her away. I said, wait a minute. You saying adultery is when you put away your wife? He said, yes. I said, how is it adultery if you not you slept with a married woman?
Right.
You just put away your wife is adultery. Lost, bro.
That's stupid, bro. Adultery is adultery. It's defined in the law.
Adultery is adultery.
Right.
So
So Matthew 19:9 did not define the law?
That's how dumb this dude is right here. Because I was going to ask him, what is Christ calling adultery then, brother? Nobody asked him, what is he calling adultery? According to you?
I would like to hear what
listen, if he dude, I would have backed him into a corner so bad because he cannot answer the question.
He can't even get your name right, and he talking like don't get the
Go ahead.
question.
I wanted to ask him another follow-up question, which would be, is your wife hovering over you right now?
No, she's not hovering over me right now.
Joke section.
She's not hovering me over. Then when I said it, she's not hovering over me now.
Is there a gun pointed at you?
No, not a gun pointed at me. This is sad, brother.
Deacon and the bishop.
Now let me get the proof and show you. I want to show the proof that you lost. So you stop talking that nonsense, bro. I know you're running around thinking you won. All right, this the one right here. This is the one right here. I'm gonna pull up the one where.
You know, that did sound a little suspect to me. You have a gun pointed at you. Huh?
Is it right? That's my roof today. There it is right here.
Like you talk normal. Like,
this is me when I borrowed Guerrilla Hebrew, right?
Assad ever got back with you?
Nah, he haven't got back with me yet. This is the debate when I killed him. Now, let me show you so that you can try to say more. Right, here we go. It's right here. Let me highlight it so we can see it. This is the witness of two men right here. Right? Let me do it this way so we can see. This is the witness of two men. When I debated. It says Amayan versus Guerrilla Hebrew, Immaculate Conception or Immaculate Deception. This is just the half of the this is probably half of the debate. Okay, where is it? This is right here. CMG replied to Knoxville comment. CMG, exactly. Guerrilla Hebrew ignores contents and just makes stuff up as he goes. So I have two witnesses that the other comment for Knoxville did not come out. CMG clearly said that I won the debate. Witness, I won according to the Torah. So I have two witnesses. Other part did not come out. I'm gonna pull it up. I have the comments of two witnesses of this guy named CMG and IAG Knoxville saying that I won this debate. I don't know why it didn't show up in it. It showed when I go into my when I go to my edited. I'm just gonna go into the edited video part and see if it's in there. Edit the video. where is it? So, oh yeah, it didn't separate correctly. It didn't separate correctly. It didn't separate correctly here. Right here it says, here is the old, say, I have here is an old comment proving I won. Starts right here, it says, newly replied, said Amayan was the clear winner. Right here, you can see it right here. Let me put it right here to show you. This is the comment from IG Knoxville. So Amayan was the clear winner. It says too much bias in the vote. So it's the witness that I clearly won. This person said I clearly won. I was the clear winner, he says. Clear winner. And then this other guy here, then that's IG Knoxville said I was the clear winner. Then the CMG guy replied to him. He replied to him on this right here in this comment. He says what? Exactly. The first one he said right here is exactly. That means he's agreed that I beat him. That's two witnesses said I beat him. The first thing he said is exactly. IG Knoxville said Amayan was the clear winner. He goes on to say too much bias in the votes, which that's what it was. The CMG replied to Knoxville comments and says, exactly. Guerrilla Hebrew ignores context and just making up stuff as he goes. So I have two witnesses. This is me at the end commenting here. So I have two witnesses that I want to debate. According to Torah, it says that if you have two or three witnesses, something is established. So I just wanted to show that I have it. And the guys, he's highlighting that in the voting, it was biased. So I clearly beat him. All right, so I'm gonna stop it there. Just to show, because I guess you watch it later on, you're trying to say, I'm gonna have proof that I got proof that you lost. And anybody back then would have said that you lost. And no one said that he won.
Remember that video from ISUPK with Kantazar and Tezoria out when he was talking about the version?
Yeah.
I was reading the comments, and one of the people that was commenting said that you was right about Joseph, Joseph being the father of Mary. He, a lot of people was agreeing with you.
That's what I'm saying. That Joseph there is Mary's father. I said it thinks his father.
And then they was like, then they crossed the line. They comment, they replied saying, "Well, come on the show and prove it." You know, they was telling other people to come on.
To come on the show. Yeah, they didn't want me to prove it. They don't want me to come back on and prove it. I made a statement. Have me come on and prove it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Anyway, we'll end it right there, man. So next week I'm gonna go ahead and then go through Revelation chapter 1, 2, and 3. So I'll end it. All right. So I didn't see nobody. No one ever came on. Yeah, no one ever came on the channel either. No one came on here. So I don't know why this thing doesn't show you the. Let me see if it's over here.
That's what the
Yeah, no one is showing it. See, this is.
That's what the culture is calling. You want to get him on the phone? Or?
That's him.
Yeah.
With the money thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, get him on the phone. Yeah, put him on speaker. Tell him we all here, bro.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me end this. Let me end this live right quick too. Like, we don't want nobody in this brother's business while we live. You know what I'm saying? Hey, E-Man, you there? E-Man, we about to end the live. E-Man, you there, brother?
Con, I'm here.
Okay, bro. You about to close the live down. You got any closing comments, Doc? Before we shut it down?
Nah, I just want to Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Everybody have a good evening. Y'all be safe.
You too, Doc. You too, brother.
Shabbat Shalom.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Thank you for coming on now. Thank you for coming on, brother.
No problem.
All right, Shalom.